going to be the skunk at the garden party today, to use a British expression. And again, I also would pay tribute to Queen Elizabeth for her unrivaled service and dedication. But it was her great-great-great-great-grandfather, George III, who we rebelled from to start the United States of America. You played a clip of her speaking in Cape Town in 1947 in South Africa. That's the year apartheid took effect in South Africa. That was something that British colonialism ushered in. British colonialism, which she presided over for all these years, had a terrible effect on much of the world. It's something that people revolt from. And I have to say, to your earlier question, why are American news networks dedicating all of this time to Queen Elizabeth's funeral? I think it's a good question. I mean, I think it's something, there's a weakness in the American character that still yearns for that era of hereditary privilege, which is the very thing that we escaped from. So there, I've made myself the skunk at the garden party.
I love it. We're keeping it real. Let me bring you, Gene.
Of education is based on the British model. The British were not interested in making us better people. Otherwise, they would not have colonized us. Colonizing somebody is not about helping them, it's about helping yourself.
Second World War, there was an uprising by the Kikuyu people who wanted their land back. The Kikuyu were herded into concentration camps and fortified villages, almost the entire population of over 1 million people. People were systematically tortured to death. They invented a new kind of pliers whose purpose was first to crush men's testicles and then to cut them off. They raped women with bayonets. They raped men. Similarly, a favourite technique was to ram sand up the rectum with a stick. Sometimes they were rolled up in barbed wire and kicked around the compound until they bled to death. Some of the British soldiers boasted about this. This is within living memory. The Colonial Secretary lied about it. The papers documenting it were burnt. The impact of the rich and powerful nations has been so phenomenally murderous and destructive that it has been completely airbrushed from our national consciousness. In order to justify the land-grabbing colonial projects, you had to create an ideology. We, the Europeans or the Americans, have come to rescue the rest of the world from its depravity and backwardness. But in order to do that, you have to be able to demonstrate that the rest of the world is depraved and backward. From this arose the racism that is still with us today. It was a necessary component of the colonial project. Some people might claim, well, okay, we broke a few eggs to make this omelette, as if all those human beings were eggs. But look at the omelette, isn't it fantastic? Look, we made this fantastic omelette. Forget about all that unpleasant stuff and let's just celebrate where we are. Where we are is a continuation of the project. We commodified people's land and people's labour and turned it into our property. We're also destroying the rest of the living world alongside it. We don't have to be like this. We are the same human beings as anybody else. We're all part of the same big human family. We just have to recognise that, accept that. And of course, within Western countries, there are plenty of brilliant people resisting colonisation, both internal colonisation within our own countries and external colonisation of other people's countries.
Amụrụ m n'Enugu, Nigeria, ebe nna m. Ndị nna m na-esi Igbo amaka. My mom's from Trinidad, and English was her language. I've lived in the U.S. since I was 10, so English is my best language. Primero aprendí español informalmente, y luego lo estudié en la universidad y ya fui instructora de español. L'italiano ho imparato un po' all'università, so abbastanza per leggerlo e capirlo, ma quando si parla lentamente. Português é paixão da minha vida, meu Deus, eu fiz letras e estudos brasileiros. Essa língua me deu uma vida, me deu carreira de professora, de pesquisadora, me deu amizades de décadas e até conheci o pai dos meus filhos no Brasil. Aí отец моих детей был русским, когда он говорил с нашими детьми по-русски, я ничего не понимала. Так я выучила русский язык быстро, сейчас я чуть-чуть говорю и понимаю. Амором Ненугу, Nigeria, ebe nam.
are saying that celebrating or minimizing the death of the Queen is insensitive. That may be true, but in my view, it's even more insensitive to saturate our media with celebratory posts about a person who, for many people, is a symbol of genocide, colonization, and all the violent institutions that came with it. She was queen when Britain helped lead the war that destroyed my country. And just this year, she gave a knighthood to one of the main criminal masterminds behind it, Tony Blair. Far from showing respect for the dead, that's basically saying it's honorable to kill hundreds of thousands of Iraqis. And of course, this is just one of countless atrocities committed in the name of a crown adorned with the spoils of war. So in my view, it's totally inappropriate for people to police how victims of colonization talk about the passing of the Queen. And I think it's only right that if we choose to remember her legacy, that we remember all of it.
Buhari must have gone to Saudi Arabia over 100 times in his lifetime. I tried to count over 100 times in his lifetime. Since he became Nigeria's petroleum minister in 1977, he must have visited Saudi Arabia over 24 times. What am I saying? By the way, he's still Nigeria's oil minister, just in case you forgot. More than 40 years after he was first named to that position. But when you see him in Saudi Arabia, have you seen him? When you see him in Saudi Arabia, usually you see him like this.
First to be undertaken was Tawaf, the circumambulation of Kaaba, in line with the Sunnah of Prophet Muhammad.
Yes! That was Buhari going to pray to God to make things better for Nigeria. Isn't that wonderful? He goes to the lesser Hajj, to the higher Hajj, while things continue to be worse in Nigeria. Now, Buhari's prayers used to be for God to help NNPC to find more of the sweet Brent, oil, our own kind of oil, sweet Brent in the Niger Delta. Then he changed, find it in Chad Basin. Now, when Buhari goes to Saudi Arabia to pray, it is to ask God to help Tom Polo to catch those who are stealing our oil. Yes! We saw Buhari before the last election with the Speaker of the Nigerian House of Rep and El Rufai and others up in Saudi Arabia praying. Look at them. They were wearing white. Holy, 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 holy. We have also seen our incoming president, Bola Tinubu, in Saudi Arabia. Show him. Yes. Tinubu's prayer was a little different from Buhari's one because he isn't the president yet. So his prayers were for his hands to stop shaking and his kidney to stop licking, that kind of thing. Licking, shaking, mimicking. And when I saw them, it reminded me of the famous video of former President Goodluck Jonathan praying in Jerusalem somewhere before he lost the 2015 election. Remember that? Remember that one where the pastor and his friends were knocking their heads on the ground, pounding the ground in intense prayer, like this one.
I swear God to you that even 40 years from now, if we don't work, my father, yes.
Lead us to the path of righteousness.
Anyway, back to President Muhammadu Buhari, who is also the Minister for Petroleum in Nigeria. And in Mecca, let's see him again in Mecca.
So for Nigeria, dearly loved, cherished, and jealously managed by President Muhammadu Buhari.
Yes! Now, why Buhari goes to Saudi Arabia to pray? I don't believe he had taken time off from praying to look at how Saudi Arabia monitors how their oil companies explore their crude oil reserve. Take a look.
Every facility in the kingdom, every drop of oil that comes from the ground is monitored in real time.
Yes! This is how serious people, serious countries, how they monitor their oil. Production, how many barrels are taken out every day, to what countries, and how much they made. Everything is monitored from one room. Every drop of oil, they said every drop. Play that again.
Every facility in the kingdom, every drop of oil that comes from the ground is monitored in real time.
In Nigeria, we don't know anything. We don't want to know. We just pray to God to come down from heaven to police our oil fields for us. And if God does not come down, we hire a militant, the same one that we declared wanted, to come and police our oil pipelines. Take a look at it, man.
Saturday, Sunday, Monday, we are going to move into serious action where we will stop all the illegal activities in the Niger Delta region.
No wonder. While in the last 6 months, Saudi Arabia's oil company declared a profit, now what am I saying, of over 80 billion. Nigeria's NNPC declared zero profit. In fact, they spent more. In fact, NNPC spent billions of naira paying workers who did not refine a single drop of oil. Look at the headline. Just think about it. Look at it this way. It's like the Super Eagles of Nigeria flying. Our players, all with the coaches, all going to Qatar to the World Cup in Qatar, the venue of the World Cup, this year's World Cup. Is it this year or last year? Going to the World Cup, yeah, where we are not even qualified to play at the World Cup. That is what the NNPC has been doing for years, paying workers, sending them trainings, go to training abroad, when the refineries are not even running. And they cost us billions every year. Just to monitor the crude oil produced by other companies in Nigeria, the Minister of Petroleum could not. Here is what the NNPC's general manager is saying. Look at the headline. Yes, that elite criminals are stealing $14.6 billion worth of oil in Nigeria every year. And we're going to borrow every day. Yes, elite criminals. Instead of saying my friends. You know? Meanwhile, the vice president came to America and begging them to cancel our debts. Last week, Nigeria found a ship carrying over 2 million Nigerian stolen crude oil, 2 million barrels, off the shore of Equatorial Guinea. How did that happen? Where is the Nigerian Navy? So if a ship docks somewhere in Nigeria and is picking up Nigerians to be enslaved somewhere, nobody will notice. Thank God we have Tom Polo. Bring the man.
But we know trying to survive with bullfire is even destroying our environment more than what they are benefiting. So we are now working together with everybody to see that let's follow the right path.
Yes, that is the great Tom Polo speaking. From being the most wanted criminal in Nigeria, he has become Nigeria's own Jack Bauer. Hey, Jack, in 24 hours, you see what he will do. With a pipeline protection contract worth 4 billion naira a month. He will do the job, that the lazy Nigerian Navy won't do. Did I just call the Nigerian Navy lazy? Who wrote this crap? Sasha! It's unbelievable. 4 billion naira every month. What are you doing in America again? Oh, Kendibe.
You know, they don't buy bread cheaper. The Muslims or Christians, nobody buys bread cheaper. Nobody has to be so it should not be about religion. The 23 election should not be about my turn. It's nobody's turn. It's not anybody's turn. So it is not a dictatorship type. It is not a history. It's about election. It will not be about connection. It will not be about connection. These are the processes when people tell you that people doesn't have structure, let me tell you. The structure that I'm talking about is
Hello, welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. It's Saturday, September 10th, 2022, and it's a very interesting day across the world. We are marking the end of an era in the United Kingdom, the death of Queen Elizabeth II. And of course, it comes with several feelings of different people in different ways. We're going to look at that. We're going to look at the ongoing political activities in Nigeria and across Africa. And we are going to look at the oil, the stealing of Nigeria's oil. It's unbelievable what's going on there. We're going to talk about that. Now, because this is your show and it's for you to have your say, we're going to bring in our guests who are already here to the studio. Joining us is Showy. Showy, welcome to the show.
Hello, Dr. Damages.
Dr. Deployer, welcome to the show.
Hi, Dr. Damages, my man. Good to be here today, early.
Good to be here early. You are early, yeah. So you have all day. And
thank you so much.
My friend, Mr. Moroyu, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Dr. Damages. It's always a delight to be with you.
How are you doing?
Fine, thank you. How are you and your family, sir?
Good. So, the Queen died. It wasn't unexpected. I don't know. The family probably did not expect it. But she was 96. And it was going to be a celebration, but something else happened. Some people decided that, we can't continue to sweep under the carpet some of the things that the British Empire did over the years. So that's where we are going to take the conversation to. But let's start by, talking to you guys what you feel about the Queen passing and King Charles taking over from the Queen. Showy, are you a friend or are you an admirer of the Queen and the British Empire?
Yes, I am. I am an admirer of the Queen.
Okay. Where are you?
Ooh.
Showy, where are you?
I am in the UK.
Oh, okay. You better say that if you're in the UK.
No. Not because of that. Not because of that. It is
right.
what it is.
All right. So what do you like about the Queen?
Basically, she's got this gentle touch towards things. The monarch is a system in the British Empire, anyways. So whether we like it or not, it is what it is. It is their way of life. So, but she actually had this unique touch, which somebody has described like as soft. So someone said soft diplomacy, or in my opinion, I would say it's more of a soft power. The soft power whereby things are still done, whereby you more or less you'll be compelled to do things, but you would actually see as your own ideology and as your own will to do something. So she had that kind of soft power of doing things and carried the Commonwealth nations all along after serving, I call it a duty of service for 70 years, which it's more or less like a selfless service. So that's the way I actually view the Queen in particular. And like I said, it's a monarchy system, so it is what it is. It's just that she had that unique touch to the monarch.
What about Charles? Are you excited that Charles is now King Charles III?
Okay, in as much as I am tempted not to air some opinion, I'm actually more objective, and I would say I'm objective in the sense that most people would actually view it differently based on a lot of sentiments that is in the air having to do with Princess Diana, and for him actually normally hearing his views and opinion, which most people don't like. But for me, it is what it is. The Queen is gone, and he is next to the throne. And well, was next to the throne because he's currently the King Charles III. And yes, it will be a case of long live the King. It is what it is.
All right, thank you. Stand by. We'll come back to you. Dr. Deployer, how are you doing?
I'm good, sir.
So we're starting with the Queen, just like every network everywhere in the world. Everybody's talking about the Queen.
Yeah.
What's the impression of what's going on?
Yeah, actually, death is death. As a person, I feel bad. I feel touched for her demise. And just like when Diana died, is it 97 or what? Some years ago, I was shedding tears, as a matter of fact. I was shedding tears when that accident happened in Paris. So we are all humans. We've got red blood running in our system, even if those of them that are in part of the monarch are seen as people with blue blood. You know what I mean? But when you cut off their skin or anyone's skin, you don't see blue. What you see is red. So for that reason, I feel bad that she's gone. But on the other side, we have to leave sentiment by the side. We still have to, as human, all these days that I grew up seeing the British monarch and the Queen, following, being in love with everything about how monarch is being protected in Western world, especially in the UK, and then compare it to our monarchs back home in where we come from. The politicians and the military dictators took advantage and destroyed our monarch system in each local government. So I give it to them, but we should equally be able to speak through to power. I was always praying as a human that one day before Queen will say goodbye to this world, that she could, because she stands in between the bad days and the good days of the British Empire and the British goodwill of today. Being in the British as in goodwill, being in forefront of human rights. All of us can see what happened during the protest of the slave masters who have their status here in the UK, and most of them were brought down. It was a pain. That was a very big moment that I thought the Queen would have said something about the black race, especially from the side where we come from, which is Southeast Biafran land, which a lot of atrocities were committed down there. And still, those atrocities moved on and continue to be there today, but without the visibility of the architects, it was handed over to people of our own color to continue from where they stopped. So I was just hoping that Queen could address few issues, but she didn't. Does not mean that her death we should be clapping. I'm sad as she's gone, but a lot of these things have to do with black nature. We glorify. We don't stand up for what is our right, even if it costs us, our future. That is why most of the freedom is, you see people asking for freedom in the Caribbean, like the Jamaicans, like the Barbados, who stood up that they are done with the Queen being their president. No African country can do that.
No, Africans did that long ago.
Why didn't they do it now?
No, the Queen is not no longer their president, so they don't care. Nigeria did it 3 years after independence. We kicked the Queen out, So I don't think there's any African country where the Queen is still the head of state.
Anyway, sycophants were more than those who believe in the British Empire living. Because a lot of sycophants were 70% who went there to collect, the leftover, and then we'll be dancing towards betterment of the British Empire remaining Why should they go? The
All right.
little percentage that remain, you know what I mean. So I'm so sad that she's gone. You know, I'm happy with her.
We'll get to that. Yeah. Mr. Murray, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, for having me. It's always a delight to be here.
Yeah, it's nice to have you. So what is your take on the Queen passing and the changes? Now the currency in UK will have to change. The stamps will have to change. King Charles' picture will be on the currency. So many things are changing. What should change in the former colonial countries, former Commonwealth countries?
Yeah, that was the point I was trying to just make. You took it out of my mouth. Yeah, first of all, my sympathy to the royal family. But my last week I said he's sad. I don't know why he's sad. Death is inevitable. You know, it's the price we all have to pay. And this one is not even, doesn't require anybody to be sad because this is a very pretty good age, 96. You know, this is what everybody prays for. You know, but it doesn't take away my sympathy to the royal family. But then, if I look back to where we're coming from, most of the atrocities, most of the enslavement, most of the backwardness we have in Africa today, especially in Nigeria, our country, you know, the seed of discord, disharmony, acrimony, oppression, and the repressive tendencies you have, they were planted by these people. So I was looking up to a time, you know, where at least where she could stand up and say, enough of this. It is time to look at renegotiate the Commonwealth and see, you know, where we got it wrong and make the necessary amendment. You know, most of the things we are passing through today, but that is not to say our politicians are helping matters though. If they left since 1960 and we had our Republican Constitution 1963, we have not been able to do anything from then till now. We start still blaming the colonial slave masters. I think there's something basically wrong with us. But that too does not take away the fact that they sow the seed of acrimony, disharmony, hatred, bitterness among brothers and sisters. They make them see themselves as enemies. You know, the principle of divide and rule, they never came for us. They came for their selfish economic interests and political convenience. They were never for us. You know, they came to discover us as if we were missing. We're not missing. We're living with like every other persons. You didn't discover me. We were living. We had our cultures. We might have our, you know, shortcomings, but then we value our culture. We value everything we had. You know, they came to divide us, rule us, so that they could conquer us. And that thing has not gone away. That is what we are suffering today. They made Zik to see Awolowo as his enemy, as his political rivalry. They made Tafawa Balewa to see that the Satanists were too smart for me. They should be careful. So they will go to London and brainwash them. By the time these gentlemen are coming home for a meeting, as brothers, they already seen themselves as enemies. So whatever they are discussing, it's just from their lips, not from their hearts. This is what we are suffering today. And our politicians are not helping matters. If there's anything our politicians were able to copy from that divide, rule, and conquer 30s, was this thing, whether they have gone to school or not, no matter how intellectually hollow or morally bankrupt they are, they know how to use that one fully well to their advantage. Divide them so that you can rule them and conquer them. And that is what we are suffering today. They want to make me see the Igbo man as my problem. They want to make the Igbo man to see the Yoruba man as the problem. This is the seed of bitterness they sowed among us. And we, the younger generation, should look for a way to overcome this. If we continue the way we are going, we'll be worse than our ancestors. Thank you. I drop it there so that we'll continue later if I have the opportunity.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Femi, welcome to the show. Did you cry? The Queen passing away. Did you cry?
That'll be very ironic if I had to cry because of that. That'll be quite an irony. Just to add to what Mr. Omori just said, I think it's kind of, and we live in interesting times. Recall, Dr. Damages, that I believe a little over a decade ago or even more, there was actually a poll about keeping the monarchy. I don't know if you remember very well. And there had been several calls before then, several sentiments, especially amongst younger people. And even in recent years, there was another poll. And it's it's continued to be an agitation about why what's the relevance of the monarchy even pertains in a modern world. Okay, granted that, and a lot of people don't even realize this. The Queen's line wasn't actually the original lineage that belongs to the monarchy. I remember reading this a long, long time ago. There's been all kind of things that have happened through the centuries. So the original lineage of the monarchy is not actually the Queen's line lineage. Now that's on the side. Added to this is the conundrum that we continue to find ourselves. Yes, we seem to be independent, but are we really independent? The reason why this is pertinent is also the fact that a couple of years ago, there were because there's always revelations that come from time to time through the decades as you through humanity's human life. There were some documents that were destroyed. I don't know if you remember this as well. Because from time to time we get to hear about these secret documents that they have lying around that have been serving as templates as to how they were able to carry out some of the atrocities that were carried out even before a lot of the colonies from past became independent. These documents were destroyed, and part of the fallout of it was the fact that even the Queen was in the know. And keep in mind, she's probably one of the longest serving of the queens or kings that Britain has ever had. So she was in the know, and that's not even when combining what happened. I forget which of the kings got married to the Saudi Diana. Sorry, I'm sorry. When Diana got married to that guy. Till tomorrow, we've not had the end of that. But ultimately, just to summarize and let other people speak, I personally still hold the view that there's more to what we know that actually goes on. That monarchy thing is a scam in itself.
All right, Femi, we'll come back to that. Blessing, I can see that you are busy.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Dr. David.
Yeah, hi. The people in Enugu, do they care that the Queen died?
Well, I'm not in Enugu currently, but I know the people here. I'm in Aba.
You're in
and
Aba?
I know, yes, I'm in Aba.
Do they care in Aba?
I haven't seen anybody express anything except passing nonchalance. It's as if the news is not even filtered down here. The only time I heard it mentioned was in passing. Somebody was passing by, was like, Enokwalana Queen and Walla. That was it. Everybody's going about their normal business.
Okay.
And talking about it in passing, it has no relation to whatever they are doing. Her death has no bearing to them. They can't even relate.
But what do you think?
Well, personally, I share the same sentiment. I couldn't care if she was alive or if she was dead. Personally, I have a lot of grudges against the royal family of Britain.
What did she do to you?
Plenty things. For starters, I know she is the queen. Some will say she was the ceremonial head and stuff, and she was just a figurehead in an institution that dates centuries back. But if she was really the kind of person that did not want the kind of atrocities that happened under her to happen, she had a choice. She could have left the truth if she was a prisoner of conscience, but she wasn't. So she being a figurehead does not even absolve her of any blame. She sat through it, she supervised it. Whether or not she gave the order is still relevant to do, she sat through it. So whatever people are feeling about her death, they have every right to. And when I saw Dr. Uju's tweet, I just laughed. Dr. Uju said what millions of black people did not have the liver to say.
Okay.
That is just the truth.
Okay, we'll come back to you, Blessing. Okay, let me get people who are driving. Jonaba, welcome to the show.
Welcome, Dr. Damages.
So we are not responsible for your driving while on the show.
Don't worry, I'm covered.
We don't have insurance anyway. So, Jonaba, what do you think? The Queen died, and different reactions. What's your reaction?
Well, Queen have helped the people. She have helped the people of Great Britain to live their life and to rob all the black people on the earth. and she have gone to be with her parent where they have mindset of black people are no place in this life. I only like one thing about her. She carry herself well in the public. She's a good faker. So our life
you have to be careful. Do you have visa to the UK, or do you plan to go
I
to the
don't
UK?
care. I don't even care right now how I live my life. One day I know I'm gonna be gone. If anybody like they can kill me on the road, I'm good.
Jonaba, you're becoming darker and darker. I don't know what's happening.
Darker. Darker
Yeah.
when I'm fighting for the freedom of a common black man, I'm darker.
Jonaba is in Texas, remember?
Recently, you used to be the one of the lights, the bright lights that we see on this show. But now, recently,
That is why I
you
speak
don't like
to the
PDP,
power.
you don't like Labour Party, you don't like the Queen.
I speak to
Yes,
humanity.
choosing
That
violence. Yes, choosing violence.
even the Bible said that the way to heaven is very narrow and the way to hell is very broad. So I don't care where people go. All I'm saying is that I'm not speaking violent, and I'm not speaking. I'm speaking out of the frustration. The Queen saw the apartheid. I'm talking about Mandela in prison. She never speak against it, to see that he was a fighter until he prevailed. And when he prevailed, they invited him to UK, and she had the opportunity to parade with him. The person that she never stood up to say, "Oh, let this man go. He deserves a freedom for speaking out for the freedom of his people." So our Queen is. I'm not speaking Dhaka. I'm speaking out of pain. And just like any one of us here, we are all in pain. I mean, America now is a 24th century slave. Even though I took myself to the airport, I deserve to be in my own country and eat my own good food and live to my own custom and tradition. But I'm looking for better life in another man's country because they have robbed us of everything. Will we blame them in 21st century? Yes, because there is a system in place. And to overcome that, is a very difficult thing. It's a long walk to freedom. This setup was this woman was there for 70 years, 70 years. So the structure that he have put in place and other people like her, I'm not 50 yet. I'll be 50 soon. Is it in my so even within my life cycle, it's not up to the time that Queen she have used to rule or to reign as a Queen of England and the Queen of the people they colonized. And Charles the Third now, he promised to continue her mother's legacy. I hope he rethink it and try to set up another modern way of life, that all men deserve to live free and fair in their country without their resources being taken from them and brainwashed.
All right. Thank you, Janaba. We appreciate your input. Let me go to Raf. Raf, welcome to the show. Raf, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, welcome to the show. It looks like you're
not in my usual environment. I was trying to raise money to go to the funeral, but people didn't fall for my wayo, and I was trying to do it.
But not in Brooklyn. If you want people to donate money,
people want to send me money. Send donations. I want to buy the Ashoebi for the American delegation. Anybody wants to donate.
So how are people in Brooklyn taking this? Is there any monument for the Queen in Brooklyn?
Well, we have Twitter, so we took it very, very well on our Twitter, and we were having a good time on Twitter, and Queen Lizzie don't pay me, as we say in my part of in my part of Port Harcourt, and the people want to cry can cry, but because as she didn't pay me, she owed me money, and she didn't pay me, and she just died like that. But I hope Charles will pay me, because first of all, Nigerian. Oh, what's this? I wonder Nigerian Anglican. Well, Dominic now church boy, so it's church people that are going to be carrying this nonsense on their head. So it's people. But if you want to pay, you should pay me first of all.
We'll get him.
So yeah, because first of all, the money they were paying the people that were selling slaves up to 2015, they were still paying them. You people, these church people, that the Anglicans, the Catholics, all of you, You were down with it. So come and pay me my reparations. Britain owe me. All of you that watch EPL, you owe me. So all of you, the Liverpool, Chelsea, Arsenal fans, all of you owe me. Just give my share. That's what I never want. So I will go and cry. I can cry for the Queen. Well, after you pay me, you know, I will cry. You know, I can do that burial. You know how they do it in Nigeria. Where you see somebody be crying, like, hey, let me cry pass for the burial. I will do it. But just pay me that money you were paying people that were selling the slaves. That's all. Because, you know, we all suffer. I know Britain bombed my village back in the days. Agbere, go and look it up. Nigerian history.
They did?
British Royal Navy bombed my village. And where's the compensation? It's not taught in our schools. I read it in one book. By mistake, I saw a book of West African history when I was a teenager.
But Raf, you have the right to sue. Do you know that the Kikuis, the Mau Maus, they are still suing the
Yes, I have the right to sue, but there are too many Ijoy people that will now, like forefathers now, will now come and join me in the suit. I said that's British, that criminal is a British loyalist. I mean, it's not a criminal, it's a British loyalist too. They will not come and join me. Then they will not claim Ijoy man now. I say, get out of here. You be supporting them all this time. Then now, when I want to collect money, you will not come and support me. No, it's only me. I want my money straight. That they also sell gin from the Royal Palace. That gin, I drink gin too. Give me my share of that gin. I just take 5%. You know, I'll collect my 5%. All that. But I don't care that she. Prince Charles came to Nigeria when recently, not long ago. Did he always say, well, slavery was a bad thing that happened, and you know, it should have never happened in human history. All the royal people were shaking their head like, And did he officially apologize? No. The crown on her head, the biggest crown is from South Africa. The biggest diamond from Africa. The other one is from India. How did they get it? So what are you people crying? The people are crying. My mother was crying this morning. Oh, I just heard. She was lonely. I say, lonely how? You can't even wipe your hand, chef. You go shit. They will come and wipe it for you. You this that. When Zulu King died, how many Africans were crying? When the above beneath, how many of you were crying? We all meetings here for that one. So all this, I beg, go and just pay me. That's all. Pay me, I will cry. I'm down for the sale. That's all. Yeah, let me go back to the kids' birthday party that I'm at. But I just want to
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time. Also here, welcome to the show. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Oh, sorry. Dr. Damages, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you guys hear me?
The Queen died. You didn't even dress up to appear on the show. I mean, out of respect for the Queen, you didn't dress up to appear on the show.
First of all, like the last speaker said, the Queen is burning in hell right now. And she will continue to burn in hell forever. She will never have peace. She never rest in peace. She's the queen of death. 5 million Biafrans died because she supplied arms, protected Nigerian government, supplied ammunition, supplied airplanes, supplied everything just to secure oil. So that queen, many Africans died because so that they can live a good life in England. And they supervised death of many Africans so that the queen can wear diamonds and live in Auckland. So I don't know if any of you saw the Twitter from Professor Ujuanya.
Yeah, we're getting to that.
Which Twitter didn't waste time to delete. While white people calling black people nigger and all that, Twitter don't delete them. But this woman spoke from her mind, spoke freely, and this woman saw the war, lost families, during the war, and she expressed that pain that she went through, and our people went through, and Twitter was quick to delete her tweet. But actually, the world already saw the tweet. So the Queen is a symbol of evil. The Queen of England is a symbol of evil, and they connived. She and the British government that's actually forced many their so-called colonies into the so-called Commonwealth of Nations. Commonwealth, you can't get a visa to go to England. You are a Commonwealth member. You pay money for Commonwealth. They do business with you. They take your oil. They take your natural resources. They take your diamond and gold. But you can't get a visa to go on vacation to England. So these are, I saw some people shaking heads that these are the people that are selling out Africans. These are the fools that we have that sell out Africans everywhere.
It will be
These
better.
are
It will be better you
Queen
desist from insult,
is a
gentlemen.
symbol of evil.
Okay.
It's
And
better
the
you
Queen
desist from insult.
Okay.
will never rest in peace.
Also here.
So that's what we're talking about, and that's my contribution to this.
Dr.
That
Damages,
the
can I say
Queen
something quickly, please?
is a symbol of what
you will.
happened to Africans over the 70 years of her reign.
Okay, also
All
here.
she
Thank
brought was
you
pain,
so much.
anger,
I don't think he's not
and
connected to me
frustration
or to us. Also here.
Africans.
Thank you so much. So let me say two things. I think it may be necessary to this is Javier say. As much as possible, we want you to say your opinion. We don't want to censor anybody, but also you have to also be aware that this is a public forum. Whatever you say here is going everywhere, and the Queen. Okay, this is a public
I'm
forum.
not afraid to speak.
No. Also, why
I'm
saying that is also also it's not about you really. I want to make sure that, especially when it comes to the language and respecting other people who are here, there are other ways you can say the same thing you are saying. We don't want to as much as possible censor anybody, but yeah. All right. Shall we respond? I know you are in England, so I'd like to hear from the people in the UK. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Jamaji. Just to actually address the, I'm not necessarily, well, it's more of responding to the matter that was raised, not the individual. I would not necessarily address the individual, but I would just like make a comment on what was said. It's quite unfortunate that the assertion of the last speaker actually displayed lack of knowledge. This is not an insult, not the individual, but what was said. Talking about visa, that had absolutely nothing to do with the monarch. There's a department that actually handles that. So that's why I said lack of knowledge. So saying you can't even get a visa to visit, or you can't even get a visa, if you have actually the right reason to come over and you've met all the necessary criteria, your visa would be granted. You would just not be granted visa just simply because you feel you need to come here or you just feel you're entitled. So I've just quickly addressed that.
All right,
Furthermore, when we talked about the monarch saying, what they did to us, X, Y, and Z, about 5 million Biafran. Yes, 5 million Biafran, which in my opinion is actually a wrong word to use. 5 million Nigerians and even more. So Nigerians actually died. That's the truth. Start with.
No.
Then furthermore, talking about the issue of what they did to us, why don't we look inward and actually consider what we are currently doing to ourselves? They left us, like, I'll use the word, ages ago. So have we actually truly developed in the sense of development, despite the fact that we've been in charge of our own affairs for over 60 years now? So these are things we should be taking into consideration as opposed to blaming other people for what we collectively are responsible for. Thank you,
All right,
Dr.
Shoei, thank you so much. I'll come to you,
Dr. David, can I redirect him to something he said here? He said that the Queen is not
also,
is
can
not
you
the
hear
child
me?
of the theater of war. The Queen is the head of government, the head of British
Ceremonial
government.
head.
It's not
Ceremonial.
nothing as
It is
ceremonial.
ceremonial. No, you don't, it's because you don't know. It's because you lack that
is in
knowledge.
control of the
It's not
government.
correct. No, it's not
She
correct.
is
No,
even after the prime minister.
that's not correct.
The Queen
That's
is
not
the
correct.
head of the government.
Ceremonial. Ceremonial.
She is the head of government.
No, she's not.
Okay, hold on,
She's ceremonial.
She supervised the war in Nigeria. She supervised the
It's very of you to
genocide
listen and
of
learn. You're still
Biafrans.
arguing. You're still
So
displaying
she
that
is.
ignorance.
Okay,
Ceremonial.
guys. Okay, stop,
Ceremonial.
stop, everybody. CM, welcome to the show. I unmute yourself, CM. So I know that I enjoy conflict, when there are two people who are debating.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
But I also want to make sure that people at home, they are following. It's okay when we're in the studio and talking this way, but people watching at home, look disorganized. So as much as possible, people should listen to me. Let's have a very decent conversation. CM, I know you are in the UK. What are your feelings about the Queen?
Well, to me, I feel relieved. Ever since I lost my dad, in person that dies, I don't care, because my dad is also a human being. So this one, people are jumping up and down, feeling as if they lost. I don't know. In fact, I don't feel anything. I feel relieved because of the history behind the monarch. It's an evil empire.
Thank you.
It's an evil empire. What I want somebody to do, because whatever I say here, people might think just personal bias. Go and read the book written by the Irish writer Frederick Forsyth, The Biafra Story, The Making of an African Legend, by Frederick Forsyth. It was written. This is not a book written maybe after the war must have ended and then 10, 15 years ago. You write from recollection. It was written at the peak of the Biafran War at Umuahia by the roadside, and Frederick Forsyth has written it and give a.
Okay. We're having.
So for somebody to supervise, even if somebody was arguing, I think you can hear me. Even if the logic is she is a ceremonial head, is she not the person that opens parliament? The way it works in Britain is the Queen. They say this when they want to open parliament, all the program or what policies the government will execute. They say my government will. When the Queen will open, say my government will do this. My government will do this. Now that Liz Truss is in, probably by next year, April, whenever it happens, I want people to watch it. This is an evil empire that a lot of countries now will be free. This is what I mean by being free. So many Commonwealth countries are saying that the moment this current monarch dies, they will have their own president. They won't allow her to be being the head of government in Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, Canada, maybe Australia, all these things. They are saying it. So many people are getting their freedom. It is because, and I believe Nigeria will have her own freedom now, because the influence is like I wrote it somewhere that the imperial lantern has quenched out. All chains have been broken. If you know the evil of this empire, this British monarch, I don't think people will be celebrating. It's only that I don't know, because I'm in UK and the area I am, there are not much blacks. I would have made a party straight, because it's like I'm having an independence. This woman is an epitome of evil. So she didn't even die in time, 96. She should have died since. The people that died during
50 years late.
When they are talking of genocide, they are not talking of genocide against Nigerians. Please, let's get it.
All right.
First genocide that ever took place in the continent of Africa, second only to the Jewish Holocaust, is Biafra genocide, not Nigeria genocide. I never had Nigeria genocide. It's Biafra genocide. And who are the Biafrans? We know. So for somebody to be a later day and start to come and paint something here, that is unacceptable to me. I've never heard of Nigerian genocide.
Died are the ones that came to kill Biafrans.
We know those people. We know people that died.
So this
at least part
guy
just one moment.
When someone is speaking, please
just
let
one
the
moment.
person finish.
Pat Utomi said it that time, just to give a context to it. Pat Utomi said he left CKC Onisha when the war was about coming, everything happening, he left CKC Onitsha to Loyola College at Ibadan because it's a Catholic school. CKC Onitsha is a Catholic school. The father wanted him to attend the Catholic school. So in the West, where he's safe, he took him to Ibadan. He said when they went to Ibadan, they were doing party everywhere. He said that nobody, you feel like you are in another country. The real thing is happening somewhere. So how can somebody tell me after 30 months, he tell me that it's a Nigerian genocide? What happened? How many people were slaughtered at Ogomosho? How many people were slaughtered at where is it called?
All right, CM.
How many people were slaughtered at Ilaluji? How many people were killed at? How many people were slaughtered at Ipetumodo? What are we talking about? This woman deserves to have died like 1 million years ago. She's an epitome of evil. In fact, I'm so happy.
All right.
But then now, what do we
CM.
do?
Yes. CM, thank you. Thank you. Prince, welcome to the show. Prince, can you hear me? Prince. All right. I wanted to hear from someone who is a real Prince to know what they think about a fellow. All right. So, Omori, let me come to you. There's something in the news. You know, they talked about the British Empire, the monarchy that has been in existence for over 1,000 years, and we know that the Benin Empire, the Benin monarchy also has been in existence for a long time. If they had their way, the British, they would have destroyed the Benin. They tried. They would have destroyed the Benin kingdom and everything there. So, how do you feel in terms of because we're talking about there was just a background for people who may not know. There was a time when the Queen and the King of England, they were powerful. They were in control. But recently, I mean, the changes. I don't remember when it happened. We don't know what it is. And interestingly, the King, King Charles III, made a speech, which is something important connected to what we're talking about. He made a speech, the first speech, and he said that he will stop speaking. You know, all the issues that he used to care about, he will stop speaking because they expect him as the king not to say his opinion. So there's a discussion that we can have on that. But Omori, I want to hear your viewpoint in terms of it's not debatable that the empire, the British Empire, headed by the monarchy, whether it was 600 years ago or 500 years ago, did terrible things and continues to. So the question is, what are we going to do now? How do we move forward? Go ahead, Omori.
Yeah, thank you once again. I wanted to I was raising up my mind just to make a good response to Slowy. If you're talking about the Commonwealth, I wanted to find out if all you have said, if the wealth is still available and where is the wealth, how common is it to the nation? That is by the wayside. And you asked a question that if they had their way, they would have destroyed the Benin Empire. They tried. Remember the adoption of King Overame to Calabar. You know, they tried everything humanly possible to destroy the kingdom, but they met with stiff resistance, unlike what they discovered in the northern part. That was why, you see, they saw some people as rebellious. Those that resisted their evil plans, they tagged them rebellious, they tagged them strong-headed. So they did everything humanly possible to hold a certain part of Nigeria down for the others to meet up. So they feel some people were more loyal to them to a fault, you know, than the other people. So that is what we are suffering today. That was what my foundation, where I started from. They laid the foundation of the current evil Nigeria we have. And our politicians did not waste time to, you know, copy that from them, even do it better than the British colonial masters did. Now, like I said before, we have to be very careful. Each time I come here, I try to preach one thing: unity, love. If we come together, nobody can come in between us. If there's anything our government know how to use to the advantage, it's how to divide us, either on religious, political, or ethnicity. The Igbo man is not the problem of Yoruba man. The Yoruba man is not the problem of Hausa man. You know, we are all victims of these vampires. Until we get that, the divide and rule principle as planted by Britain will continue to harm us. We will continue to harm our unity as a people. And again, if the Chief Justice is saying he's not going to talk, like he was saying, that is the plan, that is the game plan. It's a game. You don't talk when you are eating. So if he has been, condemning one or two things, this will have been an opportunity for it to even speak more. Now that you are saying you don't want to talk anymore, it's a setup. It's the game. That is how they roll. They want to perpetrate. They want to make sure, nobody, if you don't want to talk anymore, it means now that you have opportunity to even talk more, you have decided to be silent. So you're talking about at a point the kings were powerful. Under Murtala Muhammad regime, they did not help matters. I'm not here supporting our culture, hook, line, and sinker. There were certainly some barbaric aspects that needed to be, that needed to be eliminated. Like you can't be talking of it. There was some barbarism in our culture, such as human sacrifices, killing of twins and all that. I don't subscribe to those things. We need to move on. The world is moving on. And again, the Murtala Muhammad administration reduced the power of the African Nigerian monarchs drastically because they too were becoming, I don't know, most of them were crude in their own ways. So I'm not saying everything about the monarchs in Africa were okay, but then we needed to be refined and move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's try again. The Prince. No, Showy, no. I want to hear people who just joined us at least before we come back. Prince, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Good. Where are you joining us from?
I'm joining you from the UK.
Okay, good. I like this people in UK. So are you a royal prince or are you ceremonial prince?
I'm not ceremonial actually, but I'm not a ceremonial prince like the Queen.
You have power.
Like the Queen. I have power.
Okay. All right. So what is your take on what?
Yes, my take on this, I think we should critically analyze what is happening and what has happened before. The Queen was a young queen that came into power, very young, and possibly she might have, if you have good knowledge of history, you know that when she came in, she thought about what had been happening. People have been complaining. Look at the issues. Countries want independence. And he did what he felt that is a win-win. We gain, you guys will gain. What did he started granting independence? Ghana got, Nigeria got, many other countries got independence. And whatever you do after you get your independence, I don't think the Queen contributed to it. My take is that I have knowledge of history, and I will say that Nigeria, we've got other countries like Canada, we've got other countries that got independence from the Britain, and they have been doing well. They won't come and be attacking the Queen or the royal house. See, the royal house is the culture, is the history of Britain, and they do everything possible to keep it, give it that image, give it that image in the world. Because if you got a tourist attraction, you will give it that image, media hype, everything to make sure that people regard that as the highest echelon of authority. But it's not actually like the highest echelon of authority. In the UK here, I'm currently staying in Wales. We've got Wales. I'm in Wales. And in Wales, they are not complaining. They are not complaining. I try to sample opinion. I try to initiate discussions. And I found out that the Welsh, they are happy being in the UK. They are happy being in the UK. If the Queen is that bad, we might say the ancestors, the fathers, before the Queen, they are bad. It is their policy. They wanted to gain from the world. They wanted to gain from the world. They are not Nigeria that we negotiate with the Nigerian Republic, we don't get anything. We negotiate with other people, we don't get anything. They wanted, it's a win-win. What will you now say about Roman Empire? What will you not know as other empires that benefited from the world? Those ones too benefited when they did, but it's just that they were not smart about it. But they pretend they reach themselves with it. That's my take.
All right, thank you. Stand by, Prince, because we have more questions for you. But let me go to forefathers. Who wants to say something?
I want to say something, please, Dr.
No,
No.
Okay. Because once you say something, someone that I will come to you. Just stand by. Forefathers. This is your forte. The Queen is dead. They said it's a win-win. Prince said it's a win-win for us. You forefathers, you're in the UK, I think. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So let me hear from you.
Her Majesty's passing, obviously, for her people.
I like the way you called her, Her Majesty.
Her Majesty's passing for her people is maybe sad. Obviously, she served her people well, didn't she? She beat our people and did whatever they see. For her people, all good, but for our people, clearly terrible for us. Because this is not something that we can sit there and act as if everything is level, like the way the Nigerian government is acting, and acting as if we are in mourning. Why should we be in mourning? What would Ovaronwen Ogbaisi be thinking about when he sees our government mourning the people that exiled him? What would King Jaja of Opopo be thinking? Some of the things our people do, they need to be asking themselves, because I don't think foreign people will do this. If they know that these people have done so and so to them, that they will be praising mourning them, and we put our flag in half mast for what? For what reason? If anything, we should be minding our own business, trying to sort ourselves out. There are so many aspects to this, and it informs the way our leaders behave. Just how many months ago, I think just last month or so, they went to London for a meeting, and it tells you, our leaders went to London now for a meeting, including all the political leaders. They were having a meeting there. It tells you the influence they still have over these our leaders. It's not benign. If it was like something past, I can say, okay, it's forgotten and we are in charge of everything now. But what is going on? Shell, if I'm to even put it down to my own areas like south of Nigeria, look at the decimation that is going on there with the oil companies from the western countries. The so-called oil theft we are hearing, the majority of them, 80% of them, where do you think the oil is going to? It's to them. All these things, the damage that they are doing to our people is just incalculable, really. And our leaders cannot just act as if, everything is okay, playing it all nice. I don't know what kind of logic that is. Whether they want to play all nice until they fall dead and they take over, I don't know. Because they were not going to fall dead. They've got a king to replace him, and they are going to carry on the business of the family. It's for us to do our own bit. And I don't blame them. If that lady was our leader right now, would you be mourning? We will not be mourning, because she did her job. That is the problem. Our own people are not doing their job. Instead, they are going to foreign people to go and bow down and kowtow to whatever they demand of us. If it's a LGBT right, climate change, we are talking about climate change, we're talking about energy transition when we don't even have power. All these things is where we need to be getting ourselves back. And to be fair, I'm quite in a way, the way the panelists have spoken, most of them were really, really like against her in so many ways and how evil it is. Personally, I don't know what I would call whatever they did really, really evil, because it happened to us. That's why we are calling it evil. If we were in power, we would do the same thing to them. As a matter of fact, no. I'm telling you, the Moorish empire that went to Europe was not that kind. They did stuff to them too. And so, in short, the point is that empires do nasty things. That is what empires do. And it's for us to know our place in this world and figure ourselves out. See, CM, you can say people are evil as if you are in the Bible, like people are evil and all the rest of it. Even Jesus himself told you that he has not come here to bring peace. He came with a sword. These people, they spread their religion with a sword, and they killed a lot of people. They even killed their own people because of it. The way I look at it is that this is how the world works. And until we are in charge of the world, we can decide what morality we want to impose in the world. Right now, we are not in charge. So they have done well for themselves. They have fed their own people. Look at them. They don't even have much natural resources. And look at how well they are living. We have all the resources, and look at how we are living. It's up to us. We, the men here, we are the ones that shape our societies. What have we done to do that? You can curse her all you want. It's not going to matter. Because if she was our queen, we will be praising her for being a great queen. And that's what they are doing.
All right. Thank you, forefathers. Let me hear reactions from, I'll come to you, CM. I know you want to say something. Dr. Deployer, you first, and then Showe, I'll come to you.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Damages, for giving me a second chance. I've been listening to people who are against and people who are for. The thing is, like I said earlier, she's a human. She died, and because every human is a human, I personally feel the pain that we lost her as a person, no matter how bad the empire was. But nevertheless, let us, those of us who claim to know history, let us not confuse those of us who have time to Google, who have time to study, who have time to look into the past, because history was taken away from Nigerian school curriculum because of this very today that we are discussing about. It's part of reasons why history were hidden away from Nigerian school, because some people there who are the political elites do these damages, and they don't know these damages is causing this kind of misunderstanding that we have within ourselves. Because if somebody was comparing, somebody said he stays in Wales, and Wales are okay, they don't lament about what they like staying in the UK and whatever. The way they handle your color is different from the way they handle those of their color. It's very, very simple. How many times is Scotland going for a referendum? How many times is it going for a referendum? Have they not been hearing of referendum in Africa? Which one has been supported? You can't ask yourself such a question. And mind you that Nigeria was amalgamated. There was no name like Nigeria before. So if the best thing should come for that Nigeria as a country, which is the giant of Africa, and then group together to hold the black nation down, because we can never move forward except the revolution that could come from anywhere, the way it's showing now. That's the only thing that can save us. I cannot see a country in this world without a referendum. So, I just want to learn now. Now, we are sad that I am sad that she died, as a matter of fact. But there are three things that is holding us down. Indigenous people, we are living very, very well. Before somebody came to say, I discovered River Niger. River Niger was there. Our forefathers were swimming nakedly. Whether they like to wear pants, they don't wear pants. It was there. Okay, I have been in Birmingham. I discovered Birmingham. Would they put it in the record book that I discovered Birmingham? Nobody will put it for me. But they came and told me that they discovered River Niger for me. River Niger has been there before my great-grandfathers were born. So we should know our problem and know that mistakes were done. If they want us to move forward, let us be the way we were before 1914. Let us be the way we were. We were not clean ourselves. We didn't hate, Yoruba didn't hate Igbo. Igbo didn't hate Yoruba. Hausa didn't hate Igbo. Igbo didn't hate Hausa. It was only when we amalgamated, putting people together who is just like putting electricity together, negative and negative together. And this is the problem. We do hope that this problem will come to an end as soon as possible. I don't have any grudges about the British Empire. The damage has been done, but it's somebody to speak up. Charles, like you said, have told us that he will not speak from this moment that he has been crowned. Of course, that is part of the crown. When once you wear it, you no longer air your opinion. You keep it to yourself. If you are here supporting that, you said that they killed 5 million Nigerians. Why are you saying that? People in the other side of Nigeria were enjoying everything. There was no war in Nigeria. There was war in Southeast. That is why anytime we open this wound of war, you see the Southeast person begin to feel so bad. Let us not talk about this war, because maybe you there, you didn't lose anybody. If you're a Yoruba man, Hausa man, you may not have lost anybody except who is on Kake, army uniform that came down to the east. He might die. But in our own place, in our own town, our mothers were cooking, bombs were hitting on them. And we lost our uncles, our brothers, our sisters. Each time you open this wound, it gives us something in the heart. Please, let us trade with care. Now that the youth are getting together, because these forefathers want to leave us in darkness. If they leave us the way they are doing now, we'll continue to fight for nothing. Please, handle this issue, this matter with care. Don't say you lose 5 million Nigeria. We lost 5 million Igbos, Jos, riverines people there. That's what we lost, and not 5 million whatever that you call it. Thank you, Mr. Damage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Showi, you're next.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Damage. I would start by saluting the wealth of knowledge that Prince actually displayed. Concerning the monarch, I think we are confusing two things here. There is a bit of the crown, which is the institution, and then Queen Elizabeth II, which just passed on. So there are two different things. There is the institution, yes, all the negative things that happened, and which obviously, yes, they did in terms of the institution overseeing it. I get that. But now talking about Queen Elizabeth II, and based on what Prince Equally said, talking about independence, how independence started coming on our reign, under our watch. Those were part of the soft power, which I was actually alluding to earlier on. So let's get that right. It's different between the institution and the individual. Concerning King Charles III, he said, yes, he will not say anything in public, which is correct because that goes back to the point I made earlier on. It is a figurehead. It is ceremonial. As the monarch, as in once you become the king or queen, you are not allowed to actually air an opinion in the public. You're not allowed to do that. That is what it is. And that's actually still buttresses the point which I was making of being just ceremonial head. So that's what it is.
All right.
And then for Scotland, okay.
Yeah, just hold on. Unless we have a lot of people joining us, and we want to get to everybody. CM, briefly, what's your comment?
You see, my comment. First of all, let me put this out there. The credit for rapid decolonization of Africa. By this, I mean granting independence, something like Ghana in 1957, and then from there on, Uganda 62, and all those things. Britain cannot take the credit. The credit belongs to United States under the presidency of Dwight Eisenhower. The reason being that the invasion, the catastrophe, or whatever, the disaster called the Suez Canal invasion of Egypt between France, Britain, and Israel, because they didn't include America was against it, and the thing failed. So America has to block International Monetary Fund from advancing loan to Britain and tell Britain that they should escalate immediately the decolonization of Africa, and they should get out of this ways. So if not for American intervention, I don't think most of all the Nigerian independent talks, like West African countries and African countries, should have come the time they did. So the credit rather should go to United States for instructing IMF and then ordering Britain out of Suez Canal, and they should stay out of Africa. Now, when we're talking of the crown and then the government of the majesty, the government is, when the queen wants to speak, he say my government. But because of the prime minister is the person that carries out the policy, that's what we're saying. You cannot, the extent, I mean, you can't compare the crown with what Nnamdi Azikiwe was compared to Tafawa Balewa when Zik was the ceremonial head. That was purely ceremonial. Zik has no influence. Zik cannot put, as part of the policy of the government, the sighting of maybe a steel comping somewhere or put it somewhere. No, it's purely the prime minister that we do that. But he is the ceremonial just to welcome heads of states and other things. But in this case, the majesty is the head of government and it's not changed. You can't change it.
Ceremonial
Zik
head.
in his own case can be changed. Zik can be changed. We know this. If Nigeria has been such that when Zik dies, Zik's first son will take over, and then in that way, it could have, if you are comparing, then one can see the reasons. It's not like that. So this queen is what I'm saying. Most of African countries, in the coming days and weeks, you will be hearing commentary. They are the head of the Commonwealth. They are sitting on Africa as a continent. They help to draw the map of African nation states. And that is where most of the confusion in Africa is coming from. We know all these things. Even then, let us agree without conceding that because they're giving us a flag independence, what is happening in the population, the tragedy in the Niger Delta, the tragedy that is Nigeria, is still they are still neck deep in what happens. I give you an example. By 2015, when they were about to remove Jonathan, I think was it 20? Yes, I think 2015. Wike was the governor then. Yes, after that, Wike was, by 29, Wike was the governor. Because Wike was complaining that this government, that he doesn't want inclusion. That was 2019. The then British, High Commissioner to Nigeria, Paula Wright, visited with some ladies at Government House, Port Harcourt. Wike was telling them, said that the government you helped install. The lady laughed. He said, the man laughed. He said, the government you helped install, it doesn't want inclusion. Everything is Fulani, Fulani, Fulani. Then the lady replied, they replied, saying, where our interest here, we have an economic interest in your region. This I'm saying is on either Arise News. He said we had Britain had an economic interest in your region. So we don't want a war that is impending. And by then, Nnamdi is broadcasting. Biafra is at the peak. Biafra agitation. So they came in. So to tell you that they asked if really they want peace in Nigeria, they can compare the Fulanis or the North, the federal government, say, look, organize what is it called? Restructured in Nigeria. By the way, when we went to Aburi, when we went to Aburi, for two people to be fighting, the coup of January 15, 1966 was bad. We condemn it. There was a counter coup to settle things, to even things up. After that, then what happened? We now went to Aburi in January 4 and 5th, 1967. When two people come to a round table, they are looking for peace. Everything was agreed. When Britain was pressing that this queen, they insisted that they should not implement Aburi. Why? And what is Aburi? Decentralization. What is Aburi? Is it not what we are clamoring for now? So whichever way you look at it, the killing of the genocide should have been avoided. If Britain had said, had told go on, yes, you've gone to Aburi, you can implement what we agreed on Aburi. We've been killing ourselves in 1966.
But the
By
British left
1967,
ages
let us
ago,
implement
and there's still no decentralization, though. There's still no devolution of power in Nigeria. The British are not in charge.
They refused.
Hold on.
So since then, we've been suffering. And then this they were suffering is essentially because of the interest the monarchy had in Nigeria. What really are we talking about? I can give you an instance about all this, and they know it. They know it. If not, Aburi should have saved the genocide. There wouldn't have been need for it.
CM, thank you. Janaba. Unmute yourself, please.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Damages. The young man in England, and he said that the Queen is a ceremonial head. And he says that other people lack knowledge, that are ignorant. I don't think so. I respect your own view and knowledge and where you are, but none of the people speaking about Queen contributions to the colonizations and all the atrocity that have happened in Africa. She's a ceremonial head. She don't know what is going on. She cannot say anything. Just like Charles III is coming to power, he will not say anything in public. Doesn't mean that they cannot influence it in behind the scene. It is the way the structure is laid up. And I cannot be so happy for Harry of leaving the parliament to live his life with a black lady in America and enjoying their lives. If Queen decided not to be part of it, she could have been brave enough, but she benefited from everything till her last breath. She's in control of everything. She's the head of the state. Now Charles III is the head of the state in England. So I don't think you're calling people that are ignorant. There's a separation of this thing. It make any sense. Anybody that understands how power works knows that Queen is directly part of it. Like I said earlier, I love the way she carried herself in the public. She looked like my grandmother, but she doesn't behave like my grandmother.
All right. Thank you, Janaba. Alexi, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, Alexi.
All right. Okay. Yeah. I salute all of you, and it's my pleasure to be here again. Thank you, Dr. Damages. The thing about the Queen and Her Majesty, whatever they call her. Again, it reminds me of the story of the blind man who went to see the elephant, and each of them went to one part of the elephant or the other. The other one says the horse looks like a snake. So for him, the elephant is like a snake. The one that stood by the foot touched it, and it was like a pillar. He said, oh, the elephant is like a pillar. And the one by the side or the stomach area said it's like a wall. You see, what you experience from a situation determines the impression it leaves on you. Do not exonerate the Queen from decisions made, especially on international circles. Please. That is where the power is. She's not going to come out to start talking about that thing. Just like somebody said, when you have the power, you don't speak like that. The Queen is responsible for most, if not all, that we have experienced in Nigeria. Because even if the government decided to do one thing or the other, she didn't say, no, don't do it. Because she has the power to say that. So some people are rejoicing. Well, I don't know if anybody should rejoice about anyone's death, because we're all going to die eventually, unless something else happens. Now,
Wait. Is there something you know that I don't know? Unless something else happens.
Well, that again comes, it go beyond the realm of the physical.
Okay.
Should
I just want to know, because I don't want to be left, if there's an alternative way to, all right, go ahead.
If you guys can allow me, I can share with you something mysterious that I experienced within the last 2 weeks that has come to be fulfilled by the death of the Queen.
Oh, hold on.
This is not the place for it.
No, hold on. Is that something that will give us a way out of this situation?
Well, since you were asking me about what I was implying by unless something else happened, I know things happen anyway.
2 minutes. You have 2 minutes. Share with us. What is it?
Well, I had a dream.
Okay.
I didn't realize I was dreaming until I woke up from that dream. An eagle swooped from the air and picked up a lion by its hind leg and went into the air. An eagle carrying a whole adult lion and went into the air. What are the other aspects of this dream? Before that eagle came down, a lion had just entered our gate. The setting was my home village, my father's house. I was at the balcony on the second floor, and I was looking down on children playing. And I just saw this lion come through the gate. As it entered the compound, I was terrified. I said, this lion is going to devour these children. Before that lion could do that, the eagle came down and grabbed it. In fact, when the eagle was coming down, the lion saw it, and you could see the lion somehow intimidated looking at the eagle that was coming. And that same eagle grabbed it from its right hind leg and up again into the air and took it away like a prey. So now what I see in that is that the predator is now being preyed upon by the prey. I was terrified. I woke up and I prayed. I believe in prayer. And I went back to sleep.
So what's your interpretation of the dream?
My interpretation of it is that the strong man is going to be humiliated by its victim. The empire, the empire, the British Empire has always intimidated other nations of the world. You know what they did when they were all over the place. I didn't know the Queen was going to die, but when the Queen died, I remembered my dream. The power of the British Empire at this time has to be reconstituted. They will have to readjust many things because there's trouble all over the place, including our own country. They have to think, since she was not willing to change anything and everything continued to happen, people are being killed every day and nothing. Instead, the British kept quiet and all these things kept happening. Now that she's gone, her son will have to rethink some of these things. If he doesn't, well, we will see where it will lead them and us too.
People are being killed by who?
So I believe that the Queen stood strong behind all the atrocities that the British agents performed in other places. They used to write her, your Majesty, so and so is in so and so place. We have discovered this. We have discovered that. We are doing this. We are doing that. And then when they go back, they will count them Lord. Who does that Lord? It's the Queen or the King, whoever is there. So we cannot separate the power and influence of the King or the Queen from what the government of Britain is doing. Please, I disagree with that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me hear from Femi. Do you have anything you want to add?
I do, please. Quick question before I raise my comment. Shall we, forefathers and Prince, please? I don't know if it's me. I didn't care to take a look at the videos that was any of the things, but how significant was the amount of black people in the crowd? Did you notice what I noticed? Now, the reason why I ask is on the side. Now, I just want to address something real quick. So as far as I know, today is the 10th of September 2022. The former, the then Queen, late Queen, and the King still assents to Parliament laws. Correct me if I'm wrong. As far as I know. Now, the reason why I bring this up is that you could call it, it's when they want to lie to us, they start speaking English. Ceremonial. Let me tell you, my brother. History has a way of always repeating itself. Whether it's ceremonial law, whether it's a semi head of state, it doesn't even matter to me. The fact is that I know I heard something about the institution being different from the individual, but see, let's not play with semantics here. When an individual takes on is in place under an institution, you're part and parcel of the institution until someone else takes over. The institution is always going to be there. It's just the individuals that are going to change. Now, there was something significant that I did notice from the speech of King Charles, which Dr. Damages did allude to earlier, where he mentioned subtly about Prince Harry and Meghan. I'm thankful that this kind of things are playing in our time and age. Because when I was younger, we didn't know better. When we were younger, we were so enamored by all this royalty and all that. But as you grow older and if you try to think deep and try to put dots, because there's also something with history and how it's called a story. It depends on who's telling that history to you and who's trying to sugarcoat it to you. As much as I believe that we are still our own greatest problems, I'm not also going to lie to myself that the Britons, for example, in this case, have not been at the BS of all of the things that historically and even up until now have confused to hamper us. But that's another story in itself. But all I just wanted to summarize with is let nobody be fooled. When someone tells you, sometimes when people say things, they don't realize the depths to which it could go. People can think. When someone tells you, from now I'm going to keep quiet. So you were able to talk before. Now you're going to keep quiet. I understand there's all this thing about institution and whatever. After all, Prince Harry, when he felt that he wasn't into all of what this reality was with, irrespective, because there was more to it than just the fact that girl was black. There was a lot to do with that girl that she got married to was black. He left. So the abdication is still an option. He can leave if he doesn't agree with something. So let's not fool ourselves, please.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Damages, can I speak?
Can I just add one more thing? I think the terms can I just say this quickly?
Let's hear from forefathers first. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the term I don't know what Showi is looking for is the royal prerogative, and if I'm clear from what I'm observing is that it does have power over even the British government, even if they don't exercise it. The army swears their allegiance to the royal majesty. The country is basically owned by them, but they are not exercising it because of the conflicts they've had before. So to say that they don't exercise, they actually do exercise it. Like in the case of the Checos Island, they actually overruled the court order that says that they should allow black people that they evicted from those islands to return back. They use the royal prerogative to overrule it. So whenever they don't like something, then the royal prerogative will just come, slap it down, and that's the end of it. This, to pretend as if a powerful monarch that even politicians shiver when they talk about on the news, in the UK that is supposed to be free, you hardly hear politicians criticize her directly or criticize the monarchy directly. And whenever they talk, they watch their words because she has been present there. They've been present there when prime ministers come and go. They oversee everything. And prime minister come to them to ask for the right to become prime minister. If they don't acquiesce to it, that will be a constitutional crisis. These people have power over the country and they do exercise it. Don't pretend as if it's not there. It does exist. They are she's a head of state of, at least she was the head of state of multiple other countries, not only the United Kingdom. These things matter, and the military, the people the military swear their allegiance to, that's the one you should be watching for. Is her. Is that a royal throne that is allegiance to, not to the prime minister. Thank you.
All right, Prince. Hold on, Prince. We have to channel this to a little bit to some directions. We had from Omoyele Sowore, the candidate for president from AAC, saying that that when he becomes president, Nigeria will pull out of the Commonwealth. Part of his issue was about the fact that you remember the Commonwealth, but you can't travel to any Commonwealth country without a visa. So what's the point? So I want us to expand this conversation, not just reacting to what other people are saying. Prince, go ahead.
Okay. My take on I've said something about this. I'm still saying that the Queen is the most powerful human being in the world. She can influence anything, not publicly, but she has the power. Even the genocide that took place in Biafran land, she has the power in all the wars that takes place. She can lobby. She can call people to order secretly, not in public. What I'm saying, what I will say is, today, this is years after colonial rule. This is years after we've been granted independence on several places. And other countries have been moving forward. The Queen will not be held responsible for whatever that is happening going forward. Because if you don't like anything, if you revolt, even we from the southeast, from the south, if we think the Fulanis are holding us hostage and we want to revolt, not revolting as a divided house, the Yorubas will revolt when it's convenient. The South will revolt when it's convenient. Today, Wike is shouting because it's not convenient for him. Everybody is revolting. We are not going to achieve anything. If you revolt as a collectively, we will achieve whatever we want. The Queen will not hold you hostage if you fight for what you believe in over time. If they don't give you in 1 year, they will give you in 5 years. But you have to be consistent with it. So I will not hold the Queen responsible or the royal house for whatever happens after independence. That is my opinion.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Can I speak, please, Dr. Damiji?
We go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, forefathers. Well said. Going forward after independence, what have we actually done to actually move ourselves forward? Why are we still lingering in the past that they held us back? We've been set free, so why don't we actually progress? We should be looking inward. We shouldn't fall for that deception that our leaders actually want us, where the zone our leaders want us to be, by not holding them accountable for where we are currently as a nation. That's by the way. So the main thing I was trying to say is the Queen still, or the monarch, is still a ceremonial head. That's what it is. I'll give 2 examples. The first one was when Princess Diana, when she passed on, and the Queen Elizabeth II insisted that she was not going to make a speech. What happened? The then Prime Minister, Tony Blair, he wedged in, and he did what? We could call it persuaded, but the truth of the matter is that the Queen's decision was actually changed. And she went ahead to give that statement, which was a massive statement that she gave. That's one. Number 2, what happened? Boris Johnson, I'll use the word, I'll try to be politically correct now. When it was alleged that he lied to Parliament about proroguing Parliament, what happened? The Queen could not actually stop it. she still actually accepted it because he was the prime minister, he was the head of the government, not the ceremonial head, but the head of the government. So that's what I would like to pass across. Thank you very much, Dr. Damages.
All right, thank you. You're shaking your head, forefathers. Go ahead. Oh, Blessing, I'll come to you next.
Because it means nothing to their power. It doesn't mean anything to their power. Those are just chance play to them. Look at the definition of what they call the royal prerogative of the United Kingdom. They said it's in the country, it's regarded as the absolute authority. To them, the prime minister, they can play with their toys all they want, but when it comes to it, it's Her Royal Majesty that the military swears their allegiance to. The currency is her name, is her face that is on all the currencies, and she's about the only leader that has her face in all the currencies of the country. That this woman is this position is so powerful that she's the head of state of multiple countries from her country. Come on, you can't even, no prime minister can compare to her power. Even here in the UK, you can see it in the face of politicians. They know fully well where they rank in terms of power. Even the people know she is in charge. They might say, okay, when it comes to policy, tax, and all the rest, but in terms of the people of England, the people they are loyal to, they are not loyal to their prime minister. They are loyal to the Queen or the monarchy. That's the people that the English people are loyal to. Maybe not Scottish, maybe not Irish, but the English are loyal to that throne.
All right. Thank you. Listen.
Dr. Damages, just a quick question. It's a question, please.
Okay, go ahead.
In Australia and in Canada, the Queen is still the head in both Australia and Canada.
Okay.
So why have they made that much progress relative to Nigeria, whereby she isn't the head? Are you seeing where I'm going with that?
Okay, but they are white countries. How is that confusing? They are white countries.
No, that's a different question, and I think people can answer it. Okay,
So,
okay, let's go to Blessing. Go ahead.
Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Can anyone? I think this issue of whether or not the Queen's position is ceremonial and its impact is overflowed. And as in regards to her death, I said initially that I understand the whole talk about the Queen being a ceremonial head to an institution that has been there for ages. That is established. But what we are saying is this. If you are saying the Queen has no power because she's a ceremonial head, that is a blatant lie. That is a blatant lie. She does have power. Maybe they are limited. Maybe they are not so political, but she does have power. And I want to say this: the way people are reacting to this, it's not a matter of she's dead now, can't we move forward? People are reacting to her death in relation to their history. You can't take that away from her. She lived, so people are allowed to reflect on how she lived and how her monarchy affected their lives or the life of their fathers then. You cannot take that away. Saying that Canada and Australia still had her as the head just before she passed and they are still moving ahead. Have you seen Irish Twitter? Those guys were legit singing that she's in a box in a stadium. In a stadium, they were singing that they were throwing a party in a stadium. This is the Irish that are way ahead economically than Nigeria, but they are celebrating. So what I'm trying to say is this: you cannot take the Queen away from this whole circumstances surrounding her life and death. Whether or not she has power,
their own personal issues.
What their issues is still related to, in a way, to ours. These people invaded their land, caused hunger and starvation. Whether you like it or not, it is still related. The British invaded their land and caused the Irish potato stuff. I don't want to go into detail, but the bottom line is Irish people died, and Irish people do not want to let go, even years after they've made progress. So why are we flogging the Easterners, the Southeasterners, the Biafran people for saying they are happy she's dead and the part she played in the Biafran war? Why do we want to close that in a hurry? Are people not allowed to reflect on how something affected their history? Are they not allowed to vent? And you cannot take, you cannot take the Queen away from this. You cannot. Whether or not she was the ceremonial head, she cannot be absolved of responsibility. Somebody said here that she had even if she cannot influence opinions publicly, she could do that in private. And I remember the whole Diana story. I remember reading it as a teenager, and it showed how far her power could go. The whole Prince Charles and Diana issue, she waded in and they got their divorce. Something unheard of for the longest time. She waded in and they got their divorce. And then what happened? If she did not have any power, what made them listen to her? So
Okay.
please stop trying to absolve the queen of any responsibility, figurehead or not. She still had power. She could have stopped whatever she wanted to.
All right. So let's take a break and watch this video, and then we'll round up on this topic.
Nigeria, Ebenam, Ndinam Nesibo, Ibamaka. My mom was from Trinidad, and English was her language. I've lived in the U.S. since I was 10, so English is my best language. Primero aprendí español informalmente, y luego lo estudié en la universidad y ya fui instructora de español. L'italiano ho imparato un po' all'università, so abbastanza per leggerlo e capirlo, ma quando si parla lentamente. Português é paixão da minha vida, meu Deus, eu fiz letras e estudos brasileiros. Essa língua me deu uma vida, me deu carreira de professora, de pesquisadora.
All right, that was Professor Uju Anya. Until yesterday, I didn't know who she was, so she sent out a tweet, and it changed the conversation, and not just amongst Nigerians, all over the world. I want us to round up on this topic by talking about what are we going to do? What do we want from the British Empire so that we can move forward? What do we, if we have a way of influencing what happens, what should we demand for? Or are we going to stay here and wait for Charles to die and then we'll repeat the same conversation? All right, Omore, start.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, other panelists, for your wonderful submissions. You raised an issue about what Omoyele said. I'm surprised everybody was silent about it. In terms of policy, in terms of ruggedity, in terms of courage to do the needful in Nigeria, Omoyele is second to none. They may not like his ways. They don't want to support him. I don't know the reason why the message is not resonating with Nigerians. I pray we don't make another mistake like we made in 2015. That those that were saying Baba, say Baba, say Baba, they are now looking for stone to stone Buhari. I just pray we don't get there again. Omoyele, if we must have the kind of change we require in Nigeria, the revolutionary change, the true change, the organic change, I think Omoyele is the symbol we all need to rally around so that we can move forward. And politics will not take us anywhere. Back to your question, I mean, I concur with Omoyele Sowore. If we have a common word, the word is not common to the nations. We are not benefiting from the common. I mean, I don't see how common that word is. There's no need for it. It's not overdue. So it has to be renegotiated or we pull out. Omoyele is the man. He knows what he's doing. When I hear people telling him to go to councillorship, go for chairmanship, he can't even, what have you? Somebody went as well saying he has not prepared a budget. I'm like, are you kidding me? So we continue to relegate that guy, look at him as if they accuse him of being jealous, of being jealous of somebody, of being selfish. We are the people that are selfish. We never identify with the likes of Nigerians. Never fight for those that fight for them. That is the problem we have. We always move by emotions and sentiment, and it will not take us anywhere. Back to your question, if we must move forward, I know there were mistakes that were made by British. Foundations were laid. Whatever that we make it to correct it, we must have to come together as a people. If we are waiting for America, Britain to solve our problem, we will wait in vain. We have to come together as a people, know what we want. Remove ethnic and religious sentiment, stand for the truth, speak truth to power. If we are united, we can get what we want. If we continue to divide ourselves along religious, ethnicity, and what have you, we will remain divided and they will continue to conquer us. Thank you, Doctor.
All right, thank you. Moving forward, I don't want to go through everybody because if you have something you want to say, let me indicate. Okay.
What's going on with Lexi? His camera is just gone like
I know. He must have said something about the Queen that's some a blessing. Go ahead. I'll come to you. See him next.
Sorry, let me just say this so that I'll run off. People have issues with me making my hair on air. I'm sorry
No,
about
no,
that. It was not deliberate.
don't mind that. It's not
I
your show.
apologize. So let me
It's
say
your
this
show.
now.
Mm.
What do I personally want from the British? For starters, I want them to admit what they did. Yes, I want them to take responsibility for the atrocities they committed for once. And I want them to tender an unreserved apology. It won't bring back those that died, but it's the least they can do. I mean, you cannot come and do all these things to people and then sit on your high horse and think you owe them no apology. They owe every colony an unreserved apology. And part of those they owe an apology. Then the most important one, I want every single artifact they stole. If they say they did not steal it, it is not their own. So how did it get there? I want every single artifact they took from us returned. If they cannot return it, they should pay the equivalent in any currency. That is what I want for the Brits. And then the most important one, I want them to quit meddling. They are a meddlesome bunch. I want them to quit meddling. If only they can stop meddling, they should quit meddling, return all the artifacts, the mineral resources, and quit meddling. That is the most important thing I want from them. If they
All
can
right.
do that, I will have no grounds with them anymore.
All right. Thank you. All right. CM.
Yeah. I will also like to make my own submission in line with Blessing, but I will add one in terms of Commonwealth. I do not see the benefit of Commonwealth. Like Showore said, I stand by. I think that's a very wise proposal. Nigeria should pull out of Commonwealth. You can sign bilateral agreement on anything, but for the single reason that the Commonwealth is not democratic. It's only the Queen. After the Queen, now the King Charles. After King Charles, maybe to King Williams. So you can 54 independent countries. The UN, you rotate the Secretary General. Every other international organization, you give people a sense of belonging. But for Commonwealth means that because you colonized us and you say you're giving us independence, then you now bring us in again and be the head under under whatever guise. So that alone is insulting. That's one. Then secondly, coming to bringing it home, Britain should hands off Nigeria in terms of economic. They should stop seeing Nigeria as their plantation, African plantation. They are feeding on us. They should remove their hand in it at all. That's what I want. Whether they agree to it or not, there are instances when we go into details, we show them. There are instances. After the Civil War, 1970, Gowon has to sign off oil wells to them free of charge. So for now, that is why whatever happens at the Niger Delta, Ogoni not cleaned up, everywhere devastated. In fact, that is they are not bothered as long as they are getting what they are getting. And if they agitate, what Sarawiwa presented to the UN was a fait accompli that it makes sense. But all the government of Abacha, if I say now Fulani, some people may not understand where I'm heading to. We now tell them they run to Britain and say, look, if we do this thing, you lose your economic interest and Britain will come back. It's as simple as that. So that game, I think you should stop with the Queen. And I have to tell you, in the coming weeks and months, you will hear that so many countries will not allow King Charles to be the head of their government because they will not. I think one of the Caribbean countries said it, that they will tolerate this monarchy or system of government as long as the Queen is reigning. After that, they will elect what they want. So in Nigeria's own case, apart from pulling out of the Commonwealth, Britain should hands off economically from the Niger Delta. They are the cause of the problem that is there because the people of the Niger Delta know exactly how to manage their resources. And when they present their case, clearly, the Fulani will run to Britain to use veto in United Nations and then suppress them in any way possible so that the economic interests will be protected. That should stop. That is the economic colonization. It must stop. That's my submission.
All right. Thank you. Femi.
Okay, I just wanted to add that if there's anybody that the Britain should understand and apologize to, there's a lot of people, including the Northern Irish as well, even the Indians, among others. Now, I haven't said that. My own submission is more to us as a people. I still feel our destiny is the best place in our own hands. Um, I think ultimately, if we continue in the guise in which our so-called leaders, because our leaders, like I often like to imagine, they don't fall from the sky. They're still going to be from among us that they're coming from. So if they continue to pander to foreign powers, not just England now, where for every little thing they're quick to shuttle to either London or Paris or even Dubai sometimes or America, then it's on us. I mean, that's just the way I see it. So I'll stop there.
All right. Who else wants to? Okay, Prince, go ahead.
Okay, I will take this thing from a different perspective. Now I will say what Sowore said. I will not totally support it. If it was few years back, now Nigeria is in economic crisis. We need partnerships. We need collaboration. Because I'm speaking as it is today. If we say we should leave Commonwealth, I will ask if the other Commonwealth members are benefiting generally. What we are benefiting, maybe Britain is benefiting from other Commonwealth members. What is Britain currently benefiting from Nigeria? We are down there. I think, seriously, I just think, that's my take. I just think we should take our time. Even if we are going to leave, we should take our time, get leadership right, and possibly pull out systematically. We shouldn't be aggressive about it. That's first point. My second take is that the issue of influence of the Britain and what they should do as it stands now. Britain have offended a lot of countries, like Femi said. Everything concerning healing should start internally in our country. I believe that we should internally heal, because see, Nigeria is so divided that what happens is that whoever is getting the British support or the world support tends to use it excessively on the other person. We've not gotten leadership right. And I am this one of the persons that believe that Nigeria got independent too early. I believe that we didn't learn much. If you're learning from your Oga and you didn't learn very well and you pull out, so you're going to be making mistakes. And that's exactly what's happening to Nigeria. And this kind of, I believe that we have gotten independence in 1990, possibly around that time, because we didn't learn leadership. We didn't learn leadership till today. We are still talking about electing someone that is sick, that is very old. So since we've not put our house in order, we shouldn't pull out of Commonwealth. We've got people that are benefiting from Commonwealth. Nigerians too, they are getting scholarship, they are getting other things from Commonwealth. It will benefit us at a stance now, economically. That's my take. And for the British to apologize, like Blessing said, they should take responsibility. But I'm not expecting them to do that. Actually, I'm not expecting them to do that. They should take responsibility, and internally, Nigerians should also apologize to the Biafrans. When you've not put your house in order, have Nigerian government come one day to tell you that, Biafran, please, we are sorry for what happened the other time. We are sorry. Please, can we move forward? If you have not internally, if our government have not accepted fault, why will you now expect the Britons to accept their own fault?
All right.
That's my take.
Thank you so much. We have to move a little bit away to a new topic, but I want to hear from Paul. Paul just joined us. Paul, welcome to the show.
I'm not, you know, I don't have a list. I have my list, you.
Forefathers, I'll come. I know you have a list. Yeah. Forefathers, I'll come to you. But Paul, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, Paul. I don't think I mute. Paul, can you hear me? I thought they have good internet in Arizona. Apparently, something is wrong.
The sun is too much, Dr. Danny.
What are we gonna
Can
do?
you hear Paul? Unmute yourself, Paul.
Paul cannot hear anybody. Arizona.
Arizona son. Arizona.
That's you know. There's something that happened in America that nobody paid attention to. Jackson, Mississippi, they didn't have water.
Yeah, the water. Yeah.
For days. And
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, Paul, welcome. We are worried about you and Arizona. Okay. All right. So, Paul, what's your take on what we've been discussing?
Thank you. Good morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think something is wrong. I can't hear you.
It's okay. We can hear you. Go ahead. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can.
All right. You can.
No. Yeah.
What's your take? Go ahead. Tell us what you think about. Okay, well, he's gone. Forefathers, welcome to this. Tell us your final words. What you think we should do.
In terms of list of what they should do for us, I'm not interested in apologies or for me, I'm putting this out to any other world power out there. Give us nuclear technology, missiles.
Why can't we build it? Why do we have to wait for them to give it?
Of course, but often the way it happens is that it's transferred from one nation to another because they tend to prevent other countries from doing it.
They steal it. They train their people. Whatever they have to do to get it. Nobody transfers this to you.
Actually, Russia gave that of China, and the Chinese passed it to Pakistan. If I'm not mistaken, the Russians also gave it to the Indians. So it's often done that way. That is how it is done. That it's just so. If the only problem is that we never got that this opportunity to do it that way. So for me, if everybody's making a request, I don't care whether they apologize or not because it's not going to mean anything. It's hollow. It's not going to do anything for us. What is going to change the dynamics is that they are armed, I'm not armed. Give me my own nuclear weapon, and so that the rest can be settled. Now, if I say don't mess with the Niger Delta, you're not going to mess with it. If I say I want to join the UN Security Council as a permanent member, you're not going to be able to block me because I'm part of a continent that is very, very massive and that deserve a position there.
Okay, hold on, forefathers. I think we have to do something I've been pushing to do every week. I will make you my guest for 5 minutes. So let's have this debate because you are saying give us power, okay? And give you nuclear power. And now you're telling us what you're going to do without nuclear power. Why would they give it to you when you are going to have power by getting it from them? Why?
Then why bother requesting apologies when you don't have power? There is no point. That is the whole point. That's what I'm saying. Because if you request apology, it's just flower. It's not going to mean anything. Because in the end, they will still screw you over. And because if you are flocking around with your own mates, if they regard you as equals, yeah, share it with me. After all, you guys gave them.
But forefather, someone like you should know that they won't do this. Why don't you? You should be the person saying we have to get this by any means.
I'm saying that already. Everybody that did it, I'm saying that already. But people do these things based on strategic reasons. Personally, I think there's a strategic reason for them to do it. In short, any nation in the world right now, if they assist African countries to acquire this technology, that nation is going to be, Africa is going to be a kind of linked to that nation for a very, very long time. Because if you look at what like in the case of China now, I actually think China is stupid, or maybe they're already doing it, if they don't try to make one African country a nuclear power. If they do, China will be linked to Africa more than Europeans will. Because Africans will feel like, okay, these guys did this for us. Why these people have just been exploiting us forever? You see what I mean? So it's, for me, I'm putting it out there. If you're a world power, if you're a smart world power, you should be looking to make, because Africa is a continent of over 1.3 billion people, you should be looking to make Africa a nuclear power. If you do that, if the first country that will do that, watch what happens. Because all the countries that have done it for other countries, their links are still there. From India to China, all of them, they still have the links. The US helped the UK and all that get it. They still have that link. The French, okay, the French don't share with anybody. They are just selfish like hell. But the Russians share with the Chinese. They still have that link. The Russians shared with the Indians. They still have that link. Pakistan shared with this thing. Russia shared with Pakistan. They still have that link. Because when you share this type of technology, you are telling the people that, you know what, I feel your pain and I'm ready to stand with you through thick and thin. The Russians literally took their submarines and their ships to go and block the British and the Americans from attacking India. Literally with their ships. So it tells you that these things matter, how to pass it over. It does matter. None of them have felt that Africa is worthy of being given this technology. And that is the problem. Because the technology is very, very hard to acquire. Sorry.
Okay, the next one, forefathers. Keep going. We have to round up the topic. Next. What are the next? You said you had a list.
Yeah, the list. The second list is that they should stop all their gray zone operations that they are inflicting on the continent, because most of these things that are happening on the continent that seems like we are crazy, we have low IQ and all the rest, they are the ones inflicting it. They know they do it. There's a record of it out there that they do all these things to undermine the country. That way they don't need a lot of military to come and intervene and rule you. And people that keep saying that they give us independence, they didn't give us independence out of convenience. They gave us because they almost lost their own country to Germany. And whenever they release something, it's because they know they don't need it anymore. They don't need to tie you that closely anymore. When they freed this outlaw slavery, it's because they've started industrializing. They have machines. They don't need people to be doing it anymore. So when they decided that they are going to have this in decolonize, it's because they now put in a financial system that is global that they can use to control you, which is it's even more effective than a million-man army on the continent.
All right.
These people are very methodical. They think ahead of us. When we think that they're giving us independence, they never did.
Okay, thank you, forefathers. Hold on, guys. Paul has not said anything. We have to hear from him. Paul, welcome to the show.
One moment.
Okay, go ahead, CM, because Paul it appears he's frozen.
But forefathers, somebody said here that we got our independence too early, that we should have been under colonial bondage up till maybe 1990.
See, that is faulty thinking. You can't help it. Everybody has a journey. I think he will take his time,
I wanted to say that, but Kolata just mentioned something I wanted to say, but I don't want this conversation to go away to a different direction. That South Africa had nuclear power before, and the question is, what did they, after they gave it up, why can't the black people who are running the country now reactivate that? Anyway, Paul, are you with us? Are you not?
They destroyed everything.
Yeah, but the technology wasn't destroyed. Okay, Omore, say something. I know you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I just want to conclude by saying that those that were arguing about the power of the British monarch, they are very influential. The difference is just that you're talking about executive power and their influence. So there are two different things. If you say they don't have executive power, that's for the prime minister. It's not as if they don't have power. It's just the executive power. They cannot come to the public. That's why they said they are to be seen and never to be heard. It doesn't mean that they don't influence something behind the scene. And again, those who refuse to learn for history will end up on the wrong side of history. So it's good for we learn our history, but we cannot continue to blame our, colonial masters. What have we done? This is 62 years down the line since 1960. We are still where we are. So we cannot continue to blame those. We know that we have known that is the problem. The atrocities they created. What effort are we making, to destroy this foundation of the beauty so that we can move on as a people? We have to be united to be able to achieve this. Thank you.
All right.
Please, a question for Marui. Please, question for Marui.
Okay.
Marui, do you not envisage the unseen hand of the colonial masters in the affairs of Nigeria?
Seriously, this is why I want us to say we don't have to wait for them. Now that we know that they were never for us. I started by saying they came solely for their economic interest and our political convenience. They didn't come to liberate you. They didn't come to make you better. It was for them just to exploit you. Now that we now know the problem, how do we come together as a people to take back our country? This should be our major focus, not the mistakes they made or the mistake our forefathers made. This is my point.
All right, thank you. Alex, go ahead.
Sorry. They are colonizers, colonial powers, not colonial masters. They are not my masters.
Okay.
Please, that language really jars me.
All right, forefathers. Alex, go ahead.
Yes.
Doctor, I'm good now.
We need to understand that we have not been able to extricate ourselves from the power of the colonial power there. And among us, there are people who run to them. Every minute we have anything to go and get advice from them. You know the people who I'm talking about. They get the advice, they get the assurance, and they pat them on the back. Even when they go to Britain to visit them, I have seen a body language where Prince Charles himself was so excited to see one of our leaders because there was a kind of crisis going on around that time, and he had come at an opportunity for them to talk behind the door. So let's not pretend as if it's not important. It is. They are still in our affairs, and the people who get them involved, you report to them every day. Now, what Prince Charles should do, now that he has sworn into that kingship position, is to advise himself that, look, let him say to himself, my mother did her turn based upon how things were. Even the social media now that is bringing out so many things to the shame of the perpetrators is very much alive and can do even more. So if Charles is trying to follow the footsteps of his mother and doesn't change things for his own improvement of whatever, in fact, it's a good thing that people are criticizing the mother now. If you don't criticize her, Prince Charles may think that his mother was very good and did everything right. But when he starts hearing what people are saying now that his mother did during her time, it will be a form of advice to him to rethink, because his own day is not too far when, again, people will have to say what he had done within the time the power was in his hand. So we must know that that power is there and that they keep coming into our business. Yes, if we come together, let us make very important decisions among ourselves, and let it be that everybody is happy at the end of the day. It doesn't have to be that we continue with the same country, the same structure, the same constitution, and then we just touch things here and there. No, there has to be a total pulling back to your tents, and then we come together to decide how we will carry on. That's my opinion.
All right, thank you. We want to welcome Paul, who finally can hear us, and Chidi, I believe, who is joining us. Paul, welcome to the show. Let me just say, once we hear from Paul and Chidi, we then do the rant and then change topic. I want us to talk about the stealing of our crude oil in Nigeria. Nobody wanted to talk about Uju and Uju Anya, the professor, and what she tweeted. Okay, Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning. Doctor, I think talking about the Queen, I think for the first time, Forefather really spoke my mind. He spoke very well. The Queen did very, very well, you understand, for his own people. But when it comes to us, the Queen really hurt us. In fact, Nigeria, if you want to put it another way around, like somebody said, I was sad. Nigeria, if assuming the Queen died so young, we would have celebrated the Queen like the way we celebrate the demise of late military head of state Abacha, because the Queen hurt us. Look, take the story of Mandela. The Queen was there before Mandela was in prison for 27 years, and she quick to welcome Mandela. You understand? And the thing Forefather keeps saying some time past that I want to support, you know, this funny thing with religion that we black, particularly like we in the US, we quick to forgive, forget. Whenever any other race did something to black, we borrow our self-religion and we forgive. That's why people don't forgive. You understand? That's why they have the word called history. They have the word called precedent. They don't forgive. You understand? And we should learn that, not because of it costs me anything to forgive, but there are situations you forgive, it becomes precedent, because somebody else will feel that I'm still going to offend you because they're going to forgive us anyway. You understand? And it happened like that. You see the cops, what they do with black people over here. You understand? They say they fear for their life, but if we want to gather data, they kill more people that they say they fear for their life without even seeing harm in them. So the Queen has wronged us for a very long time. Even in Britain, some people complain. Why did they complain? Why did they start using the word that ceremonial? Even when they use the word ceremonial offices and the likes, people say, how do you call this office the ceremonial? And at the same time, they budget £40 million every year to run that throne. You understand? The queen is powerful. She is influential. She have power, everything. This is queen that I've seen 13 presidents in America. You can't even count prime minister. Remember when Margaret Thatcher was going against Africa, when she tried to play and support some part of Africa, she kicked against Margaret Thatcher and she achieved her purpose. That is one time we can give the queen a pat on his back that she did well. So the queen is powerful, but they have everything to do whichever way they want to do that thing. Like I keep saying in Economics 101, you know, simple. Minority, we have their say, and majority, we have their way. They've been having their way for God knows when. You understand? She never represent us. She live well, but she never represent Africa. When people talk about Canada is doing well. You understand? Australia is doing well, but you already see the color. You understand? We see the color. We understand. You understand? They have home there. They have everything there. They visit there. They do everything. But it's not like us. But it's time for us to also use that. If we blame the queen, we can equally go back to drawing board and fix our home and get our home done. Like I keep saying, they also rule countries like Kuwait, Qatar. These are countries that are doing well. So we can blame for whoever we want to blame and still close the door and also go get our house together and make things work. Then, Doctor, quickly before you cut me off, please. You know, one thing with lobby, the worstest thing you can get when opposition goes seek from power from that part of the world, that is the worst thing you can get. Because if the ruling power can negotiate and they will support them for 50%, if opposition go, they're going to give you more conditions and more conditions. We see when they kicked against former President Jonathan, what we are getting from Buhari. So somebody like Obi, the obedient people, you people should be very careful when you are happy that you see Obi in number 10. You understand? Very soon you see Obi in Washington and you'll be happy that he has connections, he has everything. When they give him all the conditions, you guys will face the consequence as time goes on. That's
all right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Just so you know, Obi was at 10 down straight before a few days after that he declared for Labour. So I don't know what that means. Actually, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. I won't be long. I will just want to make a few comments. And then good point that Paul made, and that is what I wanted to touch on. I wanted to bring Nigerian politics into the demise of the Queen. If you look among the candidates in Nigeria, you will find that the only person that spoke clearly and eloquently is Sowore. You know, the first statement Sowore made, you know, he sent his condolences, but immediately after that, you know, he also said that Nigeria will pull out of the Commonwealth if Britain does not change its way. But the other people, Obi and Atiku and Tinubu, just, you know, the typical condolence visit, condolence messages without any vision attached to it. And that's why I'm surprised, you know, when people start all this obedient, like Paul said, you know, they all run to London, you know, and camp out in London, every little thing. They are Downing Street, you know, they are hobnobbing with all these British politicians. And then we are here thinking that, you know, this same group of people will make any change between the Nigeria-British relationship. I think that's impossible, you know. And that's the difference between a revolutionary leader and an incremental leader. Obi will be an incremental leader. It's an incremental change. Sowore is someone that can give us a revolutionary change. So it depends on what we want. If we Nigerians want, you know, incremental change, then we all keep saying obedient. We'll get, I mean, that's what he's going to give us. But if we think we need to fundamentally change the country, you know, Sowore is the way to go, you know, domestically and internationally, you know, and that is my own opinion, and I strongly believe in that. And most obedient people also, deep down, they believe that, but they just felt as if Sowore doesn't have the political connections, you know, that will get him there. But sometimes principle is better than expediency, you know. And second point I want to make before I leave is I want to express something about when he Is that coming from me or from somebody?
I'm not sure. I'm trying to find out who. Go ahead.
Okay, it's what the forefather says when he was talking about nuclear weapon, about having people give us. We need to start changing our mentality. They don't need to give us. We need to figure out how to take this stuff. Nobody gave Iran. Iran is building their own nuclear capability. Covert operation. You have to build up your own intelligence. Go and steal it the same way some people stole it from other countries. So this idea that we can sit around and have people give us stuff, I think we have to start changing that mentality and just say, hey, it's time, we develop ourselves. And if we need to get or take some of this stuff, there are ways to take it. There are countries around the world that have compromised other countries, security apparatus, and they've found a way to get these technologies. China have done it. How did China get to where they were? They compromised most of American technology. They went there, stole some, and had their agents in America and brought all this stuff back to China. And that's why they have some of these technologies. So nobody's going to give us anything, So we have to begin to change our mindsets to go and take what we need, And I think it's time. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you so much. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the rant. You know how it is. Anything that is troubling you, you want to let it out. You have a minute to do that. But before we do that, we'll just take 1 minute break and then we will get to that. So get ready for your rant and we will be right back.
Moss is talking about constricting the journey from London to New York to 31 minutes. But unfortunately, the topical issue in Nigeria is restructuring. Restructuring my foot. To hell with restructuring.
All right. That should be my rant. Anybody that says to hell with anything, I'm afraid of that person. All right. Let me start with you, Omori. I don't have any gifts for today's. We are yet to fulfill the gifts we gave for the people that won last year.
Yeah, what about the book the other day?
Last week, it was not decided whether it was you or Kene. But maybe I don't know. I tried to count. I couldn't count the votes, but we'll figure it out. All right, go ahead. You have a minute.
All right, I just want to say I always preach a unity. Let's do what brings us together as a people. If we are united, our oppressors will not be able to take advantage of us. So the Yoruba man is not your enemy. The Igbo man is not your enemy. The Adon man is not your enemy. We are all victims of the failed system. So when we come together, we take our country back and we'll see our oppressors as our common enemy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Omori. Okay, Femi, you are next.
Oh, okay. So my subtle rant will go to Malam Yaya Bilu. Of course, you heard of his most recent atrocious speeches last week, and of course, his managed to try again to circumvent himself by thinking he's fooling everybody and claiming he did not say what he said. Anyway, so basically it's sad, it's painful, and I know it's becoming like my tune now, that with Nigeria, if you don't cry you laugh, or the other way around. But this is a typical of, for me, unfortunately, and I hate to say this, who we've become as a nation and as a people, where, I mean, who was Yaya Bello anyway before he became governor? And after all, if you recall, even the way he became governor was clouded under controversy. He wasn't supposed to be the governor. But then again, that's just a minute picture of the bigger picture of what we get now, where when one person doesn't haven't lost the governorship, all of a sudden they're trying to take over the senatorial ambition of another person. And of course, it points to the fact that we're just a disjointed society. And for as long as we continue to be like this, we only have ourselves to blame and nobody else.
Thank you. CM. 1 minute.
My own rant is to re-emphasize or bemoan the culpability of Nigerian media in the underdevelopment of Nigeria. Our media are not living up to expectation at all, particularly at this election season. They tend to, you know, they tend to collude with the politicians. They hide a lot of things. They are not educating the masses. The questions they ask when they interview them, it does not show that they really want Nigeria to make a march forward. When you for instance, this for instance, the one you showed, Shetima, I'm just using him as an example. If you want to interview such person, all you need to do, you sit him down in the studio and then say, let's take a listening to this and ask him. Now you said it when you were maybe something else. Now you want to be the vice president of Nigeria. Do you still believe that? Do you still stand by the restructuring my food? You know, such things. I'm just giving it an example. There are ones you can ask, this is it, but our press are not, they are not living up to expectations. So it's really disheartening, and they've contributed in one way, mostly to a greater extent in making Nigeria what it is. The people are virtually in the dark about the activities or the past deeds of our politicians. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Forefathers, 1 minute.
Thank you. The technologies at the disposal of Nigeria today is actually more advanced than the Americans had when they built the first nuclear bomb, which means Nigeria technically can build it, but we just choose not to. We even had a nuclear reactor in Nigeria. We gave it up in 2018. And a rich uranium we gave it up because we said, oh, because Nigeria is not safe. This is the mentality of our leaders going to the West to seek permission for everything. How can you give up your potential source of freedom? But it tells you that the reason why they even allowed us to have that was because they knew that they were already in control of our leaders. And also, my issue with this Ishowore is because when everything he says sounds good, but when it comes to security, he says he wants to hire foreigners. In other words, create jobs for foreigners to come and kill Nigerians. He wants to hire mercenaries. Whenever any leader tells you that, that's where you draw the line. We use 0.1% of our population to defend our country. When Israel uses 7%, Singapore uses almost 10%. We have not even done 10% of what we can to defend our territories. Our border posts, half of them are unmanned. You wonder why our systems can't work. There are military bases surrounding our country. They put military bases in their countries and thought it's such a good idea that they bring it into our own continent too. But yet we are asleep. We the men, this is in our hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Prince, you have a minute to rant.
Okay. My rant is on the opposition candidate. I will single out Showore. My rant is that going to prison does not make you qualified for being a president. And all the solution he has been saying, he will do this, he will do that. You have not been tested before. You don't expect the youth to warm up to you while you've not been tested. There's nothing you will tell. The only achievement I will say you've made is that you contributed to changing the government of Jonathan. And the marketing other political parties, like the marketing P2B, because possibly you feel the youth are warming up to him, does not make the youth to warm up to you. You are demarketing yourself. He's got future. My rant is that he should henceforth team up with the youth and bet a new government that will be good for this country, because the APC government are taking us down there. That's my rant. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Alexi, you have 1 minute. You have to mute yourself, Alexi.
All right. Thank you. We need to kind of remember that there are people who are almost like institutions that we are holding down that may affect the decision of whatever else is going to happen in the country. Nnamdi Kanu is still locked in. He needs to be released. I'm glad there's rumor. I don't know how far that rumor is, but it would be nice if he is released to kind of ease things a little bit. There are people who are bent on not yielding to whatever is going on unless that man is freed. Now, talking about nuclear power, we have Nigerian nuclear scientists. I know, at least I know one, and that one I know knows others whom he has told me about. We can achieve anything, and I'm saying we, talking about a cooperative kind of interaction. I don't believe in this everybody's head in one box and we keep fighting ourselves. Let us ease off and decide what we want. Even that constitution, if they still keep it and use it to swear anybody in, we are still back to square one. That constitution should not be used any longer. What will happen before it's needed, I don't know.
All right, so, thank you, Alexi. Chidi, 1 minute.
Yeah, I have another round, but let me use my round to respond to Forefather and Prince. I'm not the campaign spokesman for Showere, but when it's talked about Showere hiring mercenaries, there's a reason for that. The Nigerian military is telling you that the military itself is compromised. That they can't produce. The reason why we have this security breach is because of the compromise in the military structure. So for you to get hold of the military architecture, you may need outside help to help you stabilize, without, the compromise, before you can even begin to provide effective security. That's number one. So you may not need an outside help to come in and help you take care of that. Number two, Prince is saying because Showere is untested. When Donald Trump ran for president here in America, how was he tested? He was just a businessman, Showere. He never held any elected office, and he became a president. There are examples of that around the world. You want him to be tested as the corrupt leaders that have been tested. Tested stealing money, tested with corruption. And they also said you need to team up. Team up with who? All these same corrupt people running around. I read somewhere that Wike is now, Labour Party is trying to bring Wike into their camp. Wike will be Minister of Petroleum. Maybe some other crew could be Minister of Finance. And then we expect Obi will do miracle. Because we are just... thank you.
Shady, thank you so much. For 1 minute, Grant.
Prince make me bury my rant. It's just hard for me, So I'm still going to start with this Showore thing. Sometimes when some of us don't really know history, we don't understand. Showore single-handedly fought for Jonathan. Even Jonathan promised him appointment. So Sarah Reporter was reporting everything. If there's anybody that make any comment when late Yaradua was sick, it was only one person, and she's late today. It was late Dora Akunyili. Sarah Reporter was reporting all those things. Maybe he don't know that Sarah Reporter was there, or maybe he don't know that Showore owns Sarah Reporter. Sarah Reporter report everything. Jonathan was like cold, like I fondly say, like Jehovah's Witness people, very humble and gentle. So, but when Sarah Reporter is doing the same thing when Jonathan failed Nigeria, then you say, oh, Jonathan makes us. Jonathan failed like Buhari failed today. You understand? So these are the things. That is one aspect. Then also the media. I'll blame the media a little bit because the media too don't ask this politician question. Or they ask the so-called Obi and the Showore, where is your structure? Where is your structure? What structure do they have? What structure Barack Obama have? Barack Obama only worked in Harvard. He was a senator for only 6 months. Couldn't even stay in the Harlow chamber very well because he was busy campaigning. And he became president. Didn't he do well? He met America with recession and take America out of recession. Did he have structure? Did he have experience?
All right. Thank you, Paul. Showy, 1 minute.
Well, thank you. For me, my own rant has got to do with we've dwelled just far too long on this spilled milk of the past. It's better we actually look inward and we actually forge ahead. And for the suggestion or clamoring for nuclear power, the truth of the matter is we cannot handle it, whether we believe it or not. Going by our very poor maintenance culture, it will be really disastrous. Needless for me to mention things like petrol tanks actually going into flames and stuff like that. Those ones are just minor relative to what nuclear would actually do to us if we go down that route. It's better we actually harness other resources we've got for our own betterment as opposed to actually trying to look for, I'll use the word loosely, world power relevance. If we can tackle energy in our country, harness the solar system, that would be a great way for us to go. Hydro is there, and even wind as well. We could do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate this. All right. That was good. I just wanted to point out about the media. It comes up every now and then, you know, people blaming the media. I just want to throw it out there. I'm not defending the media. I'm just saying that anybody can start a media house, so that people know. CNN, the person that started CNN was not from the media, you know. So when you think about where to invest, and this is serious, and if you think about where to invest, it would be important to, you know, maybe you can think of investing in the media. We need more, and we need professional media houses in Nigeria. Okay, so because until somebody has to fix it, you know, the way it is now, the people who own the media houses in Nigeria, as we've seen, most of them are politicians, and you don't expect much to come out of that. All right, so we are going to change topic. We are going to talk about oil theft. Why is that important? People are running to be president of Nigeria, and we know that they will need money to be able to do anything. And recently we had Tompolo now in charge of oil pipelines. So I will ask, if you are not interested in this topic or you want to let other people to have room to weigh in, that's good. If you want to stay, you can stay. But we want to have that conversation around that, because it's very key to whatever will happen, whoever becomes the president of the country next year. And we have only how many months now left? 5 months. So we are going to have that conversation. I have somebody from the Niger Delta who wants to lead us in that conversation, but I can't see him around now. So we can start. Omori. I know.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Yeah, thank you, Doctor. I think we had this topic about 2 weeks ago also.
Yeah.
And yeah, you know, you see, it's as clear as the daylight. It is an organized crime going on in the Niger Delta. Let no one be fooled about what they are telling us. Oh yeah, you know, yes, Nigerian oil is being stolen on daily basis. I even had a report that they don't know the quantity they export. Whatever figure they want to write down there, they don't have a scale, they don't have a way of weighing the quantity we export. So after loading the crude, whatever figure they want to put down is what they put down. That is one side of the stealing. The gentleman you talked about, Tompolo, I said the other day, this guy in the books of the federal government, the books of Buhari government, has been declared wanted, only for me to hear about a few weeks or a few months later that he's not in charge of our security. Do you give your property to a thief to protect for you? And again, that is not even the major issue. It's also part of the divide and rule as I talked about earlier. Now, once the polo was mentioned, the other people are saying, no, what about us? Now, they live in the object, they are pursuing shadow. Instead of coming together to say, enough of this nonsense, these resources belong to us. Let's think of a better way to manage our resources for the betterment of the region, not for the few individual criminals, you know, all in the name of agitation. So this is a problem. They will always want to use one or two things. They cannot come with religion, with a tribe. They will come with money. They buy one of us out, you know, to break our ranks. This is what is going on. Even apart from the agitators, top government functionaries are involved. The ones you see going to Abuja to contest with article with dollars, to try to match article with dollars, they are not exempted from this saga. You know, it's an organized thing. You know, the way I saw them moving from one creek to creek, few days to their primaries, I was just laughing. People were busy applauding that criminal. moving from creek to creek. I see that thing just started few days to their primaries. Trying to arrest. Who are you trying to arrest? Maybe either, you know, fictitious name or your perceived political enemies. So it's an organized crime. They do it on daily basis. The reason why you're hearing the alarm now is that maybe it's getting out of proportion, or they're trying to play politics with it, or possibly because of what government is losing, because of the financial situation in the country. Our oil is being stolen on daily basis. So there's no, see, I have a lot of friends that live in the Niger Delta. They tell you what they do. You know, it's an industry for them, for those that are involved. Government functionaries are involved. Doctor, that is all I can say for now. If I have opportunity, I'll make more submissions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Wayne Bassi, welcome to the show. Please unmute yourself.
Oh, thank you, Rudy.
Yeah. So I know you wanted to come in and talk about certain things, but start
Yeah.
from the oil. I know. Do you have oil in your state? Oh yeah, you do.
Of course, I do. So my name is Wayne Bassi, and I confess I'm not an elite criminal in Nigeria.
Now that you said that, okay, go ahead. I will play a video. We'll talk about. Go ahead.
Okay. I remember, I think about 2-3 weeks ago, when Peter Obi said that 80-something% of oil in Nigeria is stolen, and there was a Facebook attack on this man, and then via your Dr. Damage's show, I got a report on NNPC's confession of what is stolen. So I went, confirmed the story, and I was discussing with one of my patients last night, and I said it takes me back to the 90s, where we used to listen to BBC for the authentic Nigerian stories that the Nigerian government will deny and then admit 3 weeks later that that's true. I think we have every indication that Nigeria is a failed state. I mean, it's just, and you put it so overwhelmingly, you know, how do I, your comedy about it was spot on, you know, and you've said things like that before. We go to Israel to pray, and we pray for protection, but Israel is buying weapons from America and producing their own weapons, right? And then we go to Mecca and pray, but that country has a system that monitors every drop of oil.
Yeah, Wayne,
that
let
is
me,
extracted.
those who might not have seen that, let me play that video. I really was,
Please.
let me play
Please
a
do.
little bit of that.
Please do.
President Muhammadu Buhari must have gone to Saudi Arabia over 100 times in his lifetime. Now, Buhari's prayers used to be for God to help NNPC to find more of the sweet Brent, you know, oil, our own kind of oil, sweet Brent in the Niger Delta. Then he changed, find it in Chad Basin. Now, when Buhari goes to Saudi Arabia to pray, it is to ask God to help Tom Polo to catch those who are stealing our oil. Yes! We saw Buhari before the last election with the Speaker of the Nigerian House of Rep and El Rufai and others up in Saudi Arabia praying. Look at them. They were wearing white. Holy, 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 holy. We have also seen our incoming president, Bola Tinubu, inside his hands to stop shaking, and a video of former President Goodluck Jonathan praying in Jerusalem, somewhere, pounding the ground in who is also the minister for petroleum in Nigeria. And in Mecca, let's see him again in Mecca.
So for Nigeria, dearly loved, cherished, and jealously managed by President Muhammadu Buhari.
Yes, Now, why Buhari goes to Saudi Arabia to pray? I don't believe he had taken time off from praying to look at how Saudi Arabia monitors how their oil companies explore their crude oil reserve. Take a look.
Every facility in the kingdom, every drop of oil that comes from the ground is monitored in real time.
Yes! This is how serious people, serious countries, how they monitor their oil production, how many barrels are taken out.
All right, I just wanted to show that Saudi system.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
Let our leaders go and buy the software, the computer, whatever equipment that the Saudis are using. They should just purchase it. Why can't we do that? It's simple. So, I mean, you hit it spot on. I think as far as Akwa Ibom State, Governor Atta fought for us to have revenue from the offshore oil, and that has helped us a lot. But of course, the money landed in the hands of, you know, I don't want to call them criminals, politicians who, did most in their pockets, but at least the remnants, they've done some for the people. But we need to, I mean, for us to succeed, I mean, if oil continues to be our number one product, we need to find a way. We cannot be hearing these kind of stories, Yeah, they hear of the latest thing, they buy it from everywhere. Let's purchase that computer, whatever it is.
Thank you. And just to think about it, for so many years, we've been going to that country that is doing it, getting it right, but we are not doing anything.
Yeah, we go for the wrong reason to that country.
Yeah.
Dr. Davages, I came to support I think there was an injustice in this forum last week.
Okay, sorry. What happened?
Injustice against some Wike. Nobody really defended his position. And I don't know why there's so much hate in this group for that man. I love him, just like you Nigerians loved Donald Trump. Yeah, I love Nyesom Wike. And he's doing great things. I think everybody's just leaving the 1 million pound gorilla in the room, who is Atiku Abubakar. Atiku Abubakar is a failed leader because he has failed to maintain decorum in PDP. And I don't know why the attention is on Wike. Wike wants his thing. He's a politician. He's fighting for his interest. However he fights for his interest is how he fights. It was Atiku Abubakar's responsibility to, the day after his nomination, to reach out to Wike. He did not. I've heard somebody said that they are not sympathetic to Wike. He's not fighting for the South because he usurped. He wanted to usurp the chance of the Southeast. I'm challenging all the Southeasterners. Where was your candidate? Who was your candidate in PDP? Who did the Southeast present that is worthy? Let's remove Peter Obi. Peter Obi does not campaign as a Southeasterner. He campaigns as a Nigerian. He's never even laid that claim, it is our turn in the Southeast, give us a chance. No, he campaigns as a Nigerian, period. So who did the Southeast present? Why should the Southeasterners be angry at Wike? Why should he be accused of, usurping, trying to usurp the chance when the Southeast did not have a serious candidate? So those are the points that we missed on this forum. I listened to, and I mean, it boiled my blood. Wike is the loudmouth. Yes, that is his character. But then he is making sense in a lot of ways because PDP has become a northern candidate by the virtue of the fact that they have a northern presidential candidate and a northern chairman. So should Ayu resign? Yeah, maybe. And the other thing is that on the low side, I mean, this is affecting the chances. I mean, beginning of this season, I was all for any of the opposition party taking out APC, because APC has done a bad job ruling this country. But PDP is losing that chance. They're not doing a good job as opposition. They are so scattered, they are so divided. And it is not Wike, it is Atiku Abubakar. He is the leader of PDP, by the virtue of the fact is that is their presidential candidate. He's supposed to be the most beloved member of that party. He's supposed to be the adult in the room, and he's not acting like one right now. He cannot put his people together. He cannot bring them together. That's his fault. That's not Wike's fault. Wike is agitating for his interest. Okay.
All
I'll
right.
leave it there.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. We always try to give room for different viewpoints on this show. We last week and the week before, I know that sometimes the studio is full and people try to reach out to me and they have something to say. I'm happy you came in today and you aired your view. All right, so let's go back to the topic of the crude oil and why we are losing. We don't know what we're doing. Raf, I know you are from, okay, all the Niger Delta people. Raf, starts. I'll come to you for.
Okay, thank you again for having me. So I came back after eating at the child's birthday party. So I wanted to keep forefathers company, you know, since he is all about militarization. That's the only solution. But you know, Nigeria will suffer from inferiority complex, and we love complexing everything. At one point in time, there was talk about the people we call agitators, that you know, we don't want these boys to and I know the whole story of how they began because I was there. I saw it from the beginning. But we don't want them to be blowing up pipelines. And someone came up with an idea that, you know, maybe we should retrain them, give them some skills, send some to schools. Some were sent to United States, some were sent to different parts of the world. And then someone like, hey, these guys know the creeks better than the military we have, right? Because of our so-called federal system, then you go bring somebody from Sokoto, Zamfara to come and be monitoring the creeks of Niger Delta. You can't beat the person who's from the creeks. So why don't you let them be the guys to monitor the creeks, to be in charge of security? On paper, it sounds good. But like everything else, implementation is where we now have the K-leg. Now, jumping forward to the Tompolo thing. On paper, it looks good because if you start with a good idea, you know, the ideas always sound good. But what happens to a whole bunch of other people who were like, you know, because you have a whole bunch of the boys who have not been paid 65,000 naira. That was the agreement. And they say, hey, I've not been paid for how many months now? It's not only ASU that has not been paid. There's a whole bunch of boys who have been sitting down saying, we have not been paid. So I they read. I don't they read. We know where the pipelines are. So it's coming. It's coming. So that one is there. And I'm like, oh, yeah, we have that situation. We don't hire all of them. I don't know. But we have that situation on the side. And then all these things, like you have a whole bunch of different situations here and there. Is it the state government that will settle it? Everything points down to, if you have the state police, this is the solution right there. State, these are the boys you could have been using for your river police, waterway police, state police. You could have retrained them all these years. You've been wasting money. That was it. Could have taken care of all this. But hey, we do federal character. You go to federal and you federal and you federal and you federal. So you stupidly waste all this money, and we are back to square one all over again. So that aside, let's jump forward to the other issue of software, like my brother Basi said. My brother, I'm sorry to tell you, that's BS. That's just straight up BS. You have the software already in Nigeria. Like with the paperwork, with the idea, implementation. Do you have the will to implement it? Where do you think NNPC is? You think NNPC is just yesterday they born NNPC? In 2011, when I was in Bahrain, Nigerian British boy I knew. You sound like my brother forefathers, but it's also it's actually from Basi's area. Is one of your king's son. I won't say too much about that. I won't give his all the information away. But it's one of your king's son, and he's living in Bahrain. I knew this boy. Petroleum minister was trying to recruit him to come work for NNPC, and we were talking. And this guy was giving me insights of some of the facilities, some of the instruments that were in place. I was like, oh, wow, they have all these things. So the will, is it the will to use it? That's the problem. Because of, if you start using this properly, then I might want a job. I just want to pocket the money. You've had some of these things already in the country for years. If you want to use it, use it. That's why some of the things that Peter Obi is talking about right now make sense. Because if you can cut out if you want to cut out the wastage, you can easily cut it out. It's not like you don't need to invent something new. You don't need to bring some magic. It's already in the country. You're not going to bring some. No. We have a lot of the things already in the country. It's just that we don't really want to use it. Because if you use it, you implement it, then it means all these ghost workers, all these you are discovering. This week, yesterday, I was listening to Roots News, and they said federal government discovered in which agency 65,000 people were not employees of the agency, and we paid them. I say, my brother, this is 2022. We are still paying how many people? All these things, just fingerprints, digitalized, solved.
All right.
Same problem with pensioners. So with oil, you can do the same thing, solved. Bam.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Anyway, I'm available for oil contracts too. I can guide pipelines. I'm from Nigeria Delta.
I was wondering what you are doing in America when
I know. You look,
Polo is getting 4 billion a month.
He's like forefathers. We love he's militarized. Don't worry. Just give me the contract. I'm not for 4 billion. Just give me the 1 billion a month.
Your podcast, you can talk to Tom Polo. He can sponsor your podcast,
Ooh, my brother, you can't be giving that secret out in public now. We'll talk that for backyard. We saw Google.
Oh,
don't let forefathers try and steal that idea now from me.
Paul, you're from the Niger Delta too.
Yeah, I'm a true son from the Niger Delta. Me and Tom Polo, we used to be the same.
Born a Lagos boy.
Yeah. I was born, raised in Lagos, but I touch base very well because my parents relocated. So I touch base very well. And
what are we going to do?
So Doctor, let me just use 2 seconds to talk about what Wayne talked about technology. Doctor, I don't know, some of us have not been to Nigeria lately. I was in Nigeria this year. Do you know if you go to the bank and apply for ATM, they will encrypt your name on ATM, you take it on the spot. Even in America, they'll ship it after 3 days. They will encrypt your name. But if you...
In Arizona, maybe, but in New York, you get it the same day. I know Arizona. Yeah.
Okay. So, okay. But doctor, do you know that if you apply for voter's card, it will take you 9 months, it will not come? So I love the obedient people that are still waiting for that voter's card, and they are doing rally up and down. So let me stop with technology. Now, when you talk about the Niger Delta and oil theft, the oil theft is like Nigerian government. It is 3 tiers of government. Those that are in government have their own vessel that they take their own quota. Now, the military have their own vessels. Then the youth also have their own allocation that they work for the chiefs and themselves. So let me use a layman way so that some of us can understand very well. Now they will find out this pipe, the pipe that is not running, the pipe that is not running, they will cut those pipes, put a valve, just like the way you channel water from your front house to your back house in Nigeria. You just put a valve. You understand? So whenever they started pumping, you just get information they are pumping. You just lose your valve. So not like you are breaking anything. You just lose your valve. You start pumping. So it is neat, it is clear. It's just that the way they do their local refineries that affect the ozone layer and everything. But it's an organized way of doing things. So everybody benefit. That is one aspect of it. Then another aspect of it, like I said, I was born in Lagos. When I relocated, my father is very, very influential. He's of those few people that were educated in his own time. So I have that influence. My father spoke for the king and the likes. Now, when I want to go get a job there, like the rest of my siblings, they say we are not part of the struggle. Simply mean we are not born and raised in Delta. Now, what am I saying? You see people who go work in the offshore or go work in some of these vessels and everything. The type of money these guys make as they are coming back, I use the word and I'm using it clear. Doctor, the girls will rape these guys when they are coming back. They come with a lot of money. You go work offshore work for 6 months where they pay you like 300,000 a month. Then oil that they steal, that the captain, the boatsman will also sell, then they'll give you your own share. So you are coming back with stupendous money. These are guys that are not educated. These are guys that don't know anything how to manage their finance. They just come with too much money. That's why you see the Benin people make good amount of money selling cars in Delta, in Edo, in Rivers, because they make a lot of money. So it's an organized thing. So what will the government do when government themselves take allocation? See, doctor, when they say 2 million barrels is missing every day, my brother, not be cocaine, no, where they swallow food for belly. They need to hide and put for armpit. Now, vessel they carry them. Do you get my point? So it's an organized thing. So if Buhari is talking, they are just talking to a layman, tell them what they want to hear. Until they themselves will say, okay, let us do like the Piccadilly circles in London. Let's stop this stealing, or let's use stealing to do the right thing. Until they stop, that's where they can fight the people. So the military will not do anything. Do you know how much the military people make? Let me tell you the story of JSA, if some of you will understand that fire outbreak in JSA, if some of you know the history about JSA. When government send military to JSA, there is an army colonel in JSA. Is the strongest man. You know, when you are a military to that level in Niger Delta, they respect you very well. You are like a king in your own area because you bring information and you protect the community. Do you know what this colonel did? He told the people, he told everybody, don't sell anything up to cigarette or gogoro. Don't sell to these military people. Don't sell anything. So these military people, as they change them and everything, they bring food all the way from Benin. Nobody, because JSA is like a border to Edo State. JSA or Gara, where Ibori come from. They don't sell anything to them. Nothing. They don't have anything. These military people were so suffered. They warned their girls not to talk to them. The youth respect them. After some time, like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month, 2 months, guess what? You just see young boy just come say, officer, I get it, go. Officer, I get it. They love you very well. You give them small drink. Before you know, they say, Oga, after 2 months, they'll move you out of this place and they bring another person in. This is how we do it. We go pump one trip. When we pump one trip, Oga, you don't want to go back. I need to say that the allowance, so they give you 25,000, you go take buy golf. That was when golf and Benz 190 was raining. The military people were shocked. Oga, we will just pump and neat. The valve is already there. Everything is there. Nothing will leak. Nothing. These military guys were so shocked. And they pump this thing. When they pump this thing, they share money. They give them that money. All these military guys, they go back to base. They buy that 190. They buy their golf. The same military will beg him, no, let's do 2 trips. I still get 1 more week to go. They say, no, they need to do one like that. Now the military, they beg. Even the shopper up there, you understand, is getting his own allocation. It's an organized trade, doctor. That one. Right. It's just like the way they organize gold in Zamfara. That's how they organize this thing. It's just few stubborn people that is not in the system that will make trouble, that will make some of you in the media not know what is going on. You understand? If they make trouble too much with some jazz, then they'll buy them over. If they don't buy them over, then you hear some noise. It's an organized trade. So it's 3 tiers of government. The government themselves, the military, and the youth plus the traditional rulers.
Wow.
So,
all right.
So it sounds like what you said. Sorry, I'm just going to make jest of this because Dr. Damages said it's like tithe. Tithe, the people who pay are not complaining. The people who pay are not complaining is the people who don't pay who complain. We are here complaining because we are not part of the system. It sounds like it, more or less.
Perfect. You're right, completely.
All right, forefathers. You understand now. Apart from getting more military, is there any other solution?
Yeah, there's no other solution. Let me tell you that. I'm going to start with that because we just mentioned Saudi Arabia. I don't know. When we keep saying these things, we mentioned Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has almost 500,000 soldiers for 30-something million people's population. That is why when you have such a system, the system is not going to secure the pipelines. Somebody needs to go and stop somebody from pumping the oil away. Even if you find out that somebody is stealing oil in the creeks, what are you going to do? Who are you going to send there when the people are very thin on the ground? The military is not going to be motivated to do their job anyway if they know that they are thin on the ground and they will be slaughtered if they go in the creeks and start competing against people that are actually on the ground. So the problem with this thing is that they could have chosen, let's just employ 50,000 soldiers from the local area or whatever you want to call them special units. You employ them and use them to protect that area. They will be loyal to the federal government at the same time, get the job done because they will be answering directly to a specific authority and they will monitor their performance. If oil is still missing, then there is a problem. Then they will have a complete assessment of what is going on there. You can put systems in place to monitor what is going on. In real time, actually, not even daily, in real time, because these things are not happening in the dark. Like someone said, they have badges or whatever they used to take the oil. These are massive. They are stealing the stuff. And the problem with this issue is that it's so big that it's not even only Nigerian politicians you are dealing with. You are dealing with foreign powers too. And these foreign powers are making a whole heap of money from this. When they take this oil to the West, where do you think they pay the money to? You think they pay into a Nigerian account where it will be easy to track? They pay into their own account. And our stupid leaders will give them the account details. They pay into the account as if the money is working for Nigeria. The money is not working for Nigeria anymore. It's working for them. So in other words, our oil is going to fund their economies. That's what our leaders are doing. All they are getting is a cut. And when they get a cut, the cut is not even in their hand. Most of that cut, 90% of the time, is always in Western hands. This is why we lose over and over again. Anything we do never seems to work. The leaders are sure that they have money in their account, but how many times do they actually use that money? Maybe they use to pay for their a flat in London, get their children educated, and all the rest. Most of the money is in their accounts. Most of the so-called $500 million Dr. Wike is what right now? Do you think it's in Nigerian accounts? No, it's not, because he knows they will ask you where he got that $500 million. This in US dollars. So all this money is a way of enriching the West. That is what is going on, and that is why our leaders can't seem to do the right thing, because the right thing is very easy to do. It's very obvious. Instead of hiring Tompolo, you can recruit the people there, pay them more than what Tompolo is paying them, and they will secure the pipelines. This is a common sense thing. If you live in a house and a rat is coming to steal something from a cupboard, you find a way to plug it. But we choose not to plug it. We as Nigerians choose not to plug it. We just keep blaming the authorities. How are the people doing? How are the people not on the street saying, where's our oil going to? You need to account to us. And the problem with our people is that, somewhere in the white label says anybody that follows me will die. But you have to do these things. People are dying on the road because of bad roads that oil money is not fixing the roads. 8,000 Nigerians are dying on the road for free of charge for poverty and bad maintenance of their roads. We have to do something. We have to lean forward and actually get things done. Our people don't come out. They don't complain. They just complain only in mouth only. Then in reality, they say, it's my brother that is making millions, so it's okay. As long as Wike is building flyovers in Port Harcourt, it's okay. Let him keep stealing money. As long as one guy in your town is able to get rich, it's okay. NDDC gets a lot of money every year, and what have they done? The whole riverine area is decimated. These our leaders. This is why I keep saying I'm focusing on the people. We have the ability to change them. If they refuse to change, we remove them. The foreign people can go and suck lemon if they like. If we in the country decide to change, how many of us can they bribe? They can't bribe everybody. If they bribe everybody, it's a good thing actually, because then everybody, all Nigerians will be rich, and the money isn't going to be in a Nigerian account, and we use it to build our country anyway. So it's ineffective. The only way you can change the people is the country is to change the people so that the people know this. You have to be purposeful about what you want. You can't just expect it to say, oh, let them solve the problem out, and let other countries pay for their services, but we don't pay for anything. If the Nigerian government now say they want to recruit 50,000 people there, Nigerians need to put money towards it, but they will refuse. Saudi Arabia, small country of 30 million people, they spend over 50 billion in defending their territories. Why do you think they can defend their oil? Why do you think they have $48 billion of profits in just the last quarter alone? They are able to do this because they understand the greater good. And for me, last week I said it, I think I was in chat last week, I said the only morality in politics should be the greater good. And these guys in our country, they don't understand that concept at all. You can cheat, you can do whatever you want to do, but let it be for the greater good. But this will, all they do is to suck us dry and aid all our enemy to be stupidly corrupt and greedy. You can be greedy and you can be positive. Look at the Europeans. They are greedy. Man, those guys, they are greedy and they are still able to build their countries. The kind of greed we have is a destructive one. We need to flip it around. Our greed should make us better off. Our greed should inspire us to want to say, who is stealing my oil? Why am I not greedy for my oil? You should fund what should defend your oil so that you can get more resources into our pockets. Instead, we just let everything flounder. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Rudolph, excuse me. Let me just. My brother is on a path, but it's always funny if he can just step 1 inch away from that military, just a little bit. Me and him will be on the same place. We'll be in the same place. The Saudi Arabia that he's praising their military, he forgets that Gulf War, it was United States that was protecting Saudi Arabia's pipelines. Our military, it was us. Yes, because I'm United States military. We were protecting their pipe. They didn't have military to protect it. Saddam Hussein would have taken everything from them. So learn from history, because I know you don't pay attention to all the history that you don't like. Remember that.
To defend the pipeline from their own people.
My brother, go look at that. Then that's assignment for you. You know me. I don't throw my words carelessly.
All right.
One last thing, please. Remember, I said with the boys, because they're my people, that it was a missed opportunity for state police. Your military is not supposed to be doing anything in your country. Your military is supposed to protect you from external enemies. My brother always keeps jumping to military. Why is there always military solution?
See, Hitler used the military to transform the country.
Wait, my brother, wait. I'll let you speak, finish. You need a strengthened police. Your police is useless right now. Totally waste. You can literally just cancel the whole police because we don't have a police force. Police should be the strength. That's what we need, a strengthened police force. And you never once, not once, do you ever say police. We need we need a strong police force in Nigeria. It's always military cannot have because if you have a judicial system, you need a police force to work with the judicial system, and we don't have it in Nigeria. But you always like strength, military. Who you want to go and fight war with? Because that means you want to fight war with somebody. Because you're always military. Saudi Arabia cannot defeat Yemen. They are still struggling to defeat Yemen right now. How many years have that war been going on? I was in the Middle East when that war started. They're still fighting that war. So remember that with all the billions they are spending. But your police, you still need you need state police, you need local police. If we have that, you have better security system in Nigeria, because we can't deny the fact. If you have a stronger police force, you have internal police force, you have, like for Nigeria Delta, we need riverine police. Places that have that, you have better systems. But the fact is there, but you keep jumping to military. Okay, go and be shooting bazooka in the Nigeria Delta. Then
I don't know if Rudolph can. If you check the correlation, the most police countries doesn't necessarily correlate to prosperity. The countries, there is a reason why military is very, very important, because they don't only secure your country, they also from external they also secure your country from internal threats, and they can build. Militaries are designed to build bridges within a day and take it down again. That is how powerful that force for development is and industrialization is. Hitler used the military to recover from the First World War within how many decades? He became one of the most powerful countries in the world.
Hitler, oh my brother.
No, I'm quoting Hitler because of what he was able to do with the people of his country. See, you're looking at the final outcome. If Hitler had died 2 years before the war began, he would have been one of the greatest leaders in the world because of what he accomplished. His country was defeated in the First World War, but he took his country from a very short period of time, from a backward country to one of the most advanced countries in the world. That's why he was able to do what he did. He actually used most of the youths in the country to rebuild the country for free. Can you imagine that? That's what military can do. In the UK here, when there is a flooding, the military will step in and augment whatever services is there. Military is not only to fight, it's also to maintain order. Remember, military is the ultimate representation of order in a country. If you don't have
we are talking about a military that failed us. Doctor, I want to give you a challenge. I know you are good with research. Doctor, if you remember during Obasanjo time, when this kidnapping was rampage in Niger Delta, how funny it is, these guys, they bring the military. Then Obasanjo was giving the military 50,000 naira. It used to be 25, then they increase it by 100%. They give them 50,000 naira allowance every month to put them there to protect all the oil installations and the likes. Do you know what the youth do? If you could remember very well, it used to be Edwin Clark and former Governor James Ibori used to go bring these people whenever they kidnap them. These guys will go meet the military. They will pay the military up front. They give them 5 million, 10 million, say, see your own money. Just let us take one Oyibo. The same military that is protecting these guys. It's an organized business. So when you are talking about bring military, are you telling me the person that they pay 40,000 naira salary and the person is going back knowing fully well that the boss that trained him for 35 years in service have not get his total emolument? They are crying, they are dying of their pension. They are crying. They don't have hospital to go. And this person find himself in Niger Delta. They give the person 5 million. Say, we are coming tonight. We just need 1 or 2 guys that will take. My brother, our problem is corruption. Saudi Arabia wants their country to work. That's why it's working. And when you are talking like Ralph will tell you, Saudi Arabia still pay the US to protect them, even though in Saudi Arabia, they still have the military base in Saudi Arabia. You understand? Because they want their country to work. I'm telling you, government is selling oil. The military is also selling. You know, the way we respect the, what do they call this Guguru defense, the other people that also fight for economic sabotage. You know, I forget NDDC, Oga on top. I forget that their name. And the likes. You understand? Every one of them, they are there to make money. It's an organized trade. So you are talking about recruiting more, simply mean they will even bribe more.
No, they wouldn't. There is a threshold about these things. If you hire one security guard to secure ShopRite, that security guard is doing a futile job. One Nigerian soldier having to defend 2,000 citizens is a futile job. You are setting them up to fail. If you hire the right amount of people, you are more likely to get positive outcome, because even if some will be corrupt, but the greater mass of them will actually get the job done.
Okay, hold on, guys.
Soldier's job to defend, to be protecting the whole citizens. That is police. You should be doing that with police. But last thing I will say is, you said the military brings law and order, or whatever way we phrased it as. Buhari used that in the 80s to bring order to society. That's one claim to fame where people were praising Buhari, were like he was bringing order. The people who are autocratic and a bunch of tyrants have always used that with society. And I was not surprised that you mentioned Hitler, by the way, because he brought order in a way. And I've heard like the Nigerian Nazi that I know who's now in Australia, of all places, that guy is so hardcore that his number plate is actually a Nazi symbol. I don't know how Australia has figured it out, but I guess he's a black guy, so they don't understand that he's actually using Nazi numbers on his number plate. And he's a black Nigerian guy.
Raph, yeah.
The same thing I just read about Hitler, he quotes that. So just beware, because I don't know what you believe about military.
Raph, your audio is not very good. Raph, I don't know, your audio is not very good. But it's okay. We don't want you to repeat what you said to me. So we had it, but it's not very. Yeah, it's not very good. Okija, I know you're here. Welcome to the show.
All I'm saying is that
Okay,
look at the
yeah,
world.
I'm here.
Look at the world and you see the results.
Hold on. Okija, hold on. Okay, let me just say this. Last weekend I went to in the city to see P2B, and it was the first time I was out in public after so many months. And I was surprised. People were coming to me, and they were not talking about Dr. Damages. They were asking me about Ovie and people like forefathers. I say that just to point out that even though we have viewpoints that are different, in this thing we do here, more like a reality TV show, people pay attention. People watching outside, they pay attention to different viewpoints of everybody here. And it's also important that people who are in governments, they are also, they also see these things. So I think I don't want us to think that any viewpoint that is, even if it's persistent, it has its own point, it's valid, including the people who also do comment on the comment section. So I just wanted to let it out so that people will know that what we do here, it reaches, it goes far, and people pay attention to that. I was really surprised. We have not done this for up to 6 months, but I think it's making impact, and it's also another reason to, when people talk, to know that what they are saying is going to be associated with them, wherever they go. All right, I just wanted to say that in passing, and to say that I value the time everybody here put in when we come. Okija, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I want to make a side point before I say anything. I think rich people, when they talk, differently. It seems like Dr. Damage has a bank, at home. So he said he prints his ATM card in one day. I mean, your bank,
I'll tell you my bank. It's TD Bank. TD Bank.
Yeah.
They give it to you. They print it and give it to you. You go.
Maybe because you have $1 million in the account. So I don't know.
No, it's because it's a small bank. It's not. I didn't say Bank of America. I didn't say Chase or any of those. But it's a small bank. They give it to you.
Because even Net Wallet will tell you that it takes about 7 to 10 days, to get a bank, a bank card in US. Anyway, so I mean, you are
trying to make
where you bank. You know where you bank.
I told you the bank already.
Doctor, your bank no will get bank manager.
Yeah. Maybe it's the manager that does everything. That's
anyway,
why.
I wanted to jump in because of the comment they're making about the selling oil, and some people are calling for more military. I don't know do you know the military you are talking about? These people that go and beat up people that there's maybe car touched each other. A military man would jump out and kill, knock, take a civilian back to the barrack and they beat him to stupor or to death. That's what people you're talking about. These people that go in the southeast now shooting indiscriminately at people. The videos we saw. These people that kill people in OD in Bezaki, I don't know. Maybe you have to import a different military, but if it's Nigerian military, I don't think it's going to work. Even if you have 200 million of them, guiding the pipeline. But I want to make one point. This story, I wanted to come and tell this story to tell you about Nigeria. This is not a story someone told me. It's something I witnessed. Okay. During my my days in Nigeria, I was studying geology and mining, so I had to do my industrial training. Was it what they call in Nigeria co-op? I think is it industrial training or co-op? IT. Okay, whatever. So I worked in a water drilling company. So we were digging a borehole. I don't want to mention names. We were working and then because when you dig a borehole, you have screen that the screen is like it's perforated pipe, big pipe, with perforations. So that's where water, when you hit the water layer, that's where water comes into the system, and then you put the pump, up there, will just pump out the water. But first of all, you have to put a sub, the one that has pointed, like a submarine sub, sub prevents the sand from getting into the screen, which is the next layer. and most of the time you have to put, 2 screens, That's, the way they drill oil well, they put things, they bentonite and all those things, Anyway, so what they were doing, in one rig, what they were doing, they're supposed to put 2 screens. So they will put 1 screen and sell 1 screen. The screen was expensive. Then it was like about 120,000 naira, 240,000. I can't remember. It's been a long, that tell you how old I am. so they will sell 1 screen, and then they will put just 1. And what happens is that like, because of pressure, 1 screen dealing with because you dig certain feet that will fit 2 screen, but now you have to put 1 screen where you put you're supposed to put 2 screens, and then the sand, after some time sand will fill up the screen, and the whole way will go bad, just go. So the company found out they were selling one of the screens, and they were putting only 1. So the first day they tried to take action. Before, when it was staged to put in screens, they came from office, they brought people from office, and they watched, and they lowered the screens. When you lower the screen, it's welding, because drilling consists of a whole lot of stuff. Welding, sometimes concrete, putting concrete, things like that. So because you have to weld the pipe. You put the sub and you put the screen, weld it so it doesn't weld it. Put until you go all the way, you come to the top. When you weld, you lower. Then you hold it with something, and then you weld again, you lower until you hit down. So the office came and they watch, and they will lower down every damn thing, and then cover like the thing. And the office went home, happy that we've defeated these guys. You know what happened? In the night, the crew woke up and they brought down the screen. They brought down everything, lifted everything back. Lifted everything back. It took like about 6-8 hours to lift everything back just to steal 1 screen. That's Nigeria for you. That's Nigeria for you. So they come out with ingenious ways, to deal with, wherever you put them. So if you send that, you can send all the minutes you want. Until you start dealing with the psyche of the Nigerian person, the Nigerian people, you start, like changing your orientation. All these things work. People talk about Saudi Arabia because, the system caters for the people. And, they have, these, there's patriotism, they don't, like people want, want this, need this, want. But when you have people who are destroyed mentally, psychologically, this is bound to happen. They're gonna be repeating the same thing. There is no way to take care of this.
All right.
There's no easy way.
Hold on.
The Group Chief Executive Officer of the NNPC Limited, Mr. Mile Kyari, has joined the list of guests to anchor the ministerial weekly briefing. He addresses upfront the subject of theft of the nation's crude oil, which has continued to dominate conversations for years. He absolves no one of complicity.
When a fire outbreak happened in one of our pipelines, now we discovered that some of the pipelines are actually connected into individuals' homes. And not only that, without really, with all sensitivity to our religious beliefs, some of the pipelines and some of the products that we found are actually in churches and in mosques. That means that everybody is involved. There is no way you will take product, bring in trucks in populated neighborhood, load it and leave without everybody else knowing about it. That everybody includes members of the community, members of the religious leadership, and also, and most likely, government officials of all natures, including security agency personnel. They are everywhere.
He agrees that the magnitude of theft and the impact on the nation's economy is undoubtedly substantial, but not up to 200 million barrels per day as reported. A national reserve company will be established to run the pipelines on a commercial basis to contain the menace.
Churches.
Doctor, that man just spoke my mind. He just spoke my mind.
The church, he was talking about churches. There's somebody, like in Imo State, because one local government, they have oil for the ground. This is not the one they have to dig. They get oil from the, you don't have to dig deep. They come back here, see oil, the crude coming out. So someone told his pastor about this. It's my backyard. They have oil, and the pastor happened to be my someone I know. The pastor called me, say, "Oh, like you are US. How do we get this oil out?"
Femi,
I
we're looking
was
for solutions now. Femi,
right. I was actually going to allude to what Kija just said, because as far back as way back when I was in Nigeria, around 99, 2000, even in Ekpe, there were already, because there's quite a number of a wide array of oil producing areas in Ekpe, and you can easily get oil from there. They were already doing that as far back as then. A lot of people don't realize this as well. But anyways, there was a couple of points that Paul made that already took care of a lot of what I was going to say about how vast this oil theft is, and the level of collusion between government officials and the military and what have you. As far as I'm even concerned, the amount that's being stolen by the local people is almost nothing compared with what people in government and this elite, if you will, elite in thief, the amount that they actually steal. Now, I want to go as far back as when the likes of when the military was in power, when the likes of General T.Y. Danjuma were getting oil blocks, if you remember. So not be today starts. They've been stealing long time. Not be today.
Yeah.
So,
Femi, let me stop you because it's
right.
something that troubles me now. Somebody made a comment. He said, "This man is lying. Nothing like in church." Okay, so I think we have to start analyzing some of the things that our people, how we reason. So I don't know the GM of NMPC. Okay, I don't know whether he's saying the right thing or not. But he said churches and mosque, and I don't think that they did not see anything like that before he came out and said it. Even to mention mosque in the south, that's where the oil is. And I can see people, smart people in Nigeria, build a church on top of somewhere that the pipeline is nearby. I can see that happening. So for somebody to think it's important to defend the church, it's not like, so it's just sometimes I get.
Dr. Damages, see, this is where, and I know Mr. Paul says this a lot, and I'm glad he always mentioned this, so I know I'm not insane. I wish we can just go back to the days when we can go back to swearing with Ogun, because to be honest, if you got to put politics with religion in addition as part of the general sensibility. Well, maybe it's true, as forefather would say, that we've been brainwashed, to be honest. And I just wish
Did you say maybe? Did you say maybe?
Well, we've been brainwashed. Let's just put it. And it's difficult to talk to. I talk to Nigerians a lot because I know it's one of the challenges our forefathers.
Now let me continue just a little bit. The person saying that I can start a church. If I start a church now, this guy that wrote this, he doesn't know why I'm starting a church, but he will swear for me that I'm not part of the people taking the oil because I'm a church.
Dr. Damages, you know how many people have received missed call in the name of that they've received call from God? They are called Nigerian pastors, especially Nigerian pastor, or even imams sometimes, or most Nigerian pastors. I guess the point is, it's difficult because I speak to a lot of Nigerians, and what annoys me, and this is where I think we are our own worst problem beyond even anything external, is when you talk to a typical Nigerian, and the first thing you hear is let's pray, let's pray, let's pray. I beg. If at the risk of sounding like a blasphemist, sometimes I wonder if God is not even tired of us.
Okay, Femi, you just said that at the right time because we have Pastor John Abba. Maybe that's what I'm missing. I don't call him pastor. That's why he's losing it. He's backsliding into some dark places. Pastor John Abba, I'm happy you're home. So our conversation has gone all the way now to that pastors' churches are also part of the people stealing oil. Maybe we see all these the big pastors in the Niger Delta region, we think that it's from tithes that they are making the money. You know, I don't want to mention names. There are some that, you know, they have big, maybe they are involved in this. John Abba. Yes, you're still muted, John Abba. You can't press it once, not twice. All right. Okay, there's something after you. All right, let's go to somebody else. Janaba has problems. Omori.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Doctor, thank you.
Churches and not
Yeah, you know, that was why I started for. I said it was an organized crime, but I didn't go deep by mentioning different people that were involved. You know, it's a clique of everybody getting involved. The society, the community members, everybody is in it. In some states, some governors are involved. Were you not surprised of the ship that not there from Nigeria? Which means even left the shores of Nigeria. The Navy, the police, the army, they're all involved. It's a cartel. So that ship alone, they say it took them months. The loading alone took them months. So where were the security operatives? So it's an organized crime between the state and non-state actors. So it's nothing new. So some people, it's like an industry, like I said. But the question here is, they don't see themselves as thieves. They just see themselves as people that are going to take their property. That is the irony about this whole thing. You see them as oil, you see it as oil theft. They don't see it from that perspective. It's like our property going to take our property. It's what belongs to them. Since they have been making noise and government does not want to operate through federalism, where the people can be more concerned about their resources, the oil is like for everybody in that region. So they have a free day taking the oil. So I don't know why this thing is becoming like, it's not even a news to us that on that part of the country. People do it on daily basis. It's been on for a very long time. So it's not new at all. Everybody is involved. The pastor, the imam, the community leader, the traditional leaders, they're all involved. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we have to round up on this.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, Jonaba. We're getting feedback from you, Jonaba. I think you have two systems on.
No, I don't.
No? Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me better?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Okay. I'm not from that region. What we have in Benue was Benue cement, but it has been sold to
Dangote.
Dangote. That's the only federal state resources we have. And when it comes to pastors and all the traditional leader in every local area participating, even in kidnapping, they are into everything. Nigeria is the only difference between them and Queen of England, they do it in a very organized way that they know the structure is in place. But Nigeria only that the irony of it, they are robbing their own people. Why these people are robbing all of us together? That is the only two different things. So I hope Nigerians and those local area wake up one day and say, okay, all this money we've been stealing, and all the oil bunkery, or you say in the name of Jesus, and you take tithe and offering. The God is so broke in heaven that they are taking that money to God. That's what the money they use to buy private jet and to oppress them, have organized a thug. And when you say something about them, they want to mobilize thug to attack you. They believe in Jesus that white man died for them to make a way for them. Why they live here, but that white man will not save them. It's a long way to freedom, Dr. Damages. We have to wake up and keep talking through and keep organizing ourselves until this generational brainwashed. At least people can be delivered from it. The way we are going, the way we, the black, are going about things, Nigeria and so many African countries, is very disturbing. I hope we wake up one day and say, okay, how do we empower our own people? Stealing this money that we buy private jet and pay cash. In this part of the world, you licit. But our people have so much money that they paid for. I don't want to mention name of those pastors in that region, in Delta region. They have more girlfriends than even Paul. Although Paul is a married man, I don't think it's only Jesus that have two
Oh
girlfriends.
my God. All right. We are rounding up now, but let's look at this video. Oh, there's no audio. What happened? Okay. So as part of our round on the political arena, what has been going on, because it continues. It doesn't matter whether the Queen is dead or not. It doesn't matter whether we have oil or not. The people campaigning to be president and other positions in power, they're still campaigning. So anybody can jump in here. If you have, what did you observe in the last 1 week that politically in Nigeria? Anybody, just raise your hand. I'll call on you. Okay, Omori, go ahead. Oh, I can't hear anybody. Maybe you guys can hear me. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was talking about the crisis in the PDP. It has generated to irreconcilable level. I don't see Tiku and Wike. I know forces can reconcile them. I don't think even if Jesus Christ comes down today for judgment, those people will be able to reconcile. Number one, the condition from the Wike is not atonable, it's not reasonable at this moment. No party will want to risk changing. I know Wike has every right to complain about the injustice, about the anomalies, about the political maneuvering and innuendos. But then he himself is as guilty as Atiku morally. I stated that in the comment section. Whatever is accusing Atiku and your child you of doing, exactly what Wike is doing. Wike wanted to be smart by half, so he was outsmarted. So calling on Atiku now to change the national chairman few months to election is not doable. It will be counterproductive. It will cause more damage in the PDP than the Wike they try to, than the solution they try to, offer. Changing your child you now will cause more crisis in PDP. So no politician, no reasonable politician, no strategic politician want to risk that. So I don't think Wike reconciling with them. And Wike is going to bury it chargeously. If you must do something, you don't allow your enemies to predict you. It's becoming too predictable. It's becoming too noisy for my liking. I thought all the noise he made before the primaries that cost him the primaries, he must have learned. They said failure or mistake can be success. Only if we can learn from them. He hasn't learned anything. I think it's about to do more damages. He has gotten a lot to his political career. If he's not careful, you don't need noise at this time. Keep calm, strategize, talk less. If you want to remain in PDP, remain in PDP, go to meeting with them, know their strategies, use it against them. That is the greatest danger, the greatest damage he can achieve within the PDP. If you want to leave, so that you can have time to campaign. Come in every time, conferences every time, ceremony every time, musicians here and there, inviting dignitaries all over, I'm becoming tired. Except they want to watch drama. I was in one forum yesterday. They were accusing me of hatred for Wike. I have no hatred for him. It's not personal. He's not going about it the right way. He's the noise maker. He's making too much noise. And that will make his enemy to counter him. And he's going to regret. What he has lost in the primaries will be nothing or will be a child's play compared to the greater. He has interest, entrenched interest in PDP. He wants to retain the governorship of Rivers State. He has the House of Assembly members. He has National Assembly members. How does he want to achieve it the way he's going right now? Very soon, Wike will be history politically. He's going. He has a lot of things working for him, but there are things that are supposed to work for his advantages that he's not managing well. That will, end up as a big weakness on his part. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Showy. Can you hear me? Okay. Forefathers.
Yeah, I did observe what happened with Wike too. I think Wike, for me anyway, I don't subscribe to how Omoroyi sees it. I think Wike is asking for something that they assured him of, and the fact that the party even presented a northern candidate at this stage shouldn't have happened in the first place. I don't even know why he allowed that to happen. But now that it has happened, they actually agree that IU should step down, but he's not. And there are other positions in the party too that is of concern to the people from the south. It's not only Wike. People think it's only Wike that is talking. There's a reason why he seems to. You see governors coming to him for him to be commissioning stuff. It's not only him. He's just the tip of the spear. And it's because there is this attitude in PDP right now that seems to be a little bit, they have this hubris right now. I don't understand it. Because this article guy, just him alone, should spell the fact that he seems to be out of touch with the country. You just had a Fulani president in office, and you choose this time to run again against a Southerner that probably stood a better chance of winning the election. Wike could have done better. He would do better than Atiku would ever have done. But that is besides the point. They've agreed something, and Atiku reneged on it. And how, if Atiku is so interested in peace, interested in winning the election, or that's something we seriously need to ask ourselves. Why is he not ready to sacrifice only a party chairman? He's not even ready to make that token gesture to say, you know what, you can't be a sole winner. You won, but you are the sole one. You can't even make a gracious gesture to say, I've beaten you, so let me just remove this guy from the way, since we talked about it. Even if maybe the nuances are not, are confusing a little bit, remove the guy in place, all this talk would have gone. It would have been totally Wike's fault right now if he carried on talking, if Atiku gave him what he wanted. So personally, I am worried that Atiku is deliberately doing what he's doing. He knows he's not going to win. At this stage, I don't think he thinks he's going to win that election against Tinubu or even Peter Obi right now, because he knows Peter Obi is going to show up where most of his vote is going to come from, which is the south. This is southeast. Peter Obi is going to soak it up and soak up, including the south side, with all this nonsense he's doing with this in the Wike. So what is his strategy? Except he actually wants Peter Obi to win, because there is this, I don't know whether it's a theory or this, where they said, I think it was like, if somebody's going to come from the south, because he wasn't supposed to run, that it has to be from the southeast. But the Wike wing didn't like that. They said everybody from the south should compete. So there is that element that I feel seems to be happening, because the way Atiku is behaving, he's not behaving like somebody that really wants to win the election. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that was politics, bro. Don't be carried away. That was politics. It was just creating a way to make him have his way to contest with them. Don't listen to whatever they take, hook, line, and sinker. They were all playing politics. They are still playing politics among themselves. It's all about them and their selfish interest. Don't be carried away, bro.
Then let him make a gesture. He hasn't even made one gesture. Not even one.
All right.
Forefather is a strategy. The strategy Atiku is playing, that's exactly what Tinubu is playing. Atiku cannot come out in public and talk, because he knows no matter anything he say, they can always counter his point. You understand? Because of the way the PDP constitution and the way Atiku influenced the primaries to himself. You understand? So Atiku knows this thing. That's why he's not talking. That's why, to some extent, they are using surrogate, to talk. That you will not see Tinubu grant any interview, because it's going to work against him after the interview. So they use surrogate to talk. They stay behind. It's just a strategy. Then for Wike, immediately Wike lost that primaries. That is the end of Wike, because it's like a shock. Wike is just trying to be able to do anything that he can achieve his successor there. That's it for PDP. Then if you are talking about the likes of Autumn, the likes of Makinde, if you look at Autumn is slowing down by the day. To some extent, they might buy him over. If you look at Makinde that you are talking about, he doesn't say anything in the media. That tells you that Makinde can even betray Wike behind the scene. He himself is trying to negotiate with the Emilokon side and also with the Atiku side. So you must understand this thing. So when we calculate all these things, I don't think it will work very well. And also some people that are also giving Atiku, just leave Wike alone, just work on the rest, leave Wike alone, because they also know that the obedient people will take good chunk of vote from Rivers State anyway. So they just say, work with Autumn, work with Ikwazu, Makinde and the likes, just leave Wike alone. But in media, you don't want to do things like that, because they are doing it behind the scene. That's why Atiku is not saying much. But I don't think he's sleeping over the issue that is going on.
All right.
Okay, the way I see it, okay. I think, two things. When the gods, want to kill a dog, they make it mad. So I think that's what's happening. PDP, like for maybe some reason, whatever, is bound to disintegrate, and they're going to lose. That's probably the way I see it. And then another angle is this: probably, Atiku didn't. But I don't think, I don't think Wike is negotiating in good faith. I don't think he ever wanted to support Atiku. I think they have seen that he doesn't want to support Atiku, so they don't want to yield ground to him, so that he will rub it in their face when he becomes, when he gives his support to someone else. So they don't want to we gave ground to him and then he did this to us. And Wike is trying to get that concession so that we rub it in their face. So that's the way I look at it. He will never support Atiku. Let whatever. Let him give it to whoever we can support to be the party chairman or whatever. Wike will never support Atiku. That's the way I see it.
Politicians are always a politician. The weaker factors is going to end up very soon. Nigerian politics does not run the way we see diaspora thing talking like he run like that. As far as the party of PDP and the way the Nigerian politics run, I think will remain most relevant candidate in Nigeria politics until when Wike will go down like a wildfire, get quenched by heavy water. Otun already endorsed Atiku. So what are we talking about? Otun endorsed, and he called the statement in Benue State to endorse Atiku. So the politics of Wike is trying to be relevant. He's a career politician. He's trying to remain relevant after his term is over. And if he make it this way, he's making it, he's hurting himself politically. End of the day, our government is already in Rivers State. If you are running for national platform, so he's going to go down. It's not because of anybody. He himself know how he came this far. It's by running his mouth.
All right, CM.
Sorry, can I say something? You just said something that countered what you said. He got this far by running his mouth. The man is taking himself and the party down. And that's what PDP should be concerned about.
That is on state level.
The politics of today must go beyond that. People like Wike cannot run for governorship now and win. The politics of 1999 and 2007 is different ballgame today. You can't see an Agbero like Wike winning a governorship election in Nigeria for today. The idea of gathering some boys, give them money and guns to come and snatch ballot boxes is over. People should get this right. We might not be where we hope to be. We are not where we used to be politically in terms of our elections. Thank you, sir.
Wike will win handsomely in River State now. We win overwhelming.
If he continues
exactly, I don't know what he's talking about. Wike is commissioning projects almost every 2 days, and you're here acting as if he's not accomplishing stuff.
Fake old houses that
if there was a president of the Niger Delta, Wike will win it today.
Okay.
Hold on,
everybody. CM, I see you. You will talk next, but let's welcome Kulata to the show. He's been commenting on the comment section, and he wants to bring it up here. Kulata, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Dr. Damages. So, forefathers, let's just try and address this. You kind of have like should I call it mono solution to every problem like that's affecting Nigeria? Just kind of bring the military. Like you get the military there, and then we fix our revenue problems, we fix our insecurity problems. All of us kind of align on the same shared interests. We don't even have shared interests. So how
Korea.
How do you just militarize us to prosperity in a country where you have ethnic groups that don't even trust themselves? Like you have to hire. Where are you going to hire from? The north, the south, the north central. Where? Then which soldiers are you going to deploy to where? The soldiers that were entrusted to kind of even help us guide our pipelines, they're in collusion. We know a lot of Navy bosses are making money from the oil we're losing. And they give those people money to fund security. They steal those security. We can hardly even arm the size we have, because a lot of that money is stolen. So first of all, you're going to hire a bunch of people. You don't have the revenue to pay for it. Are we going to give all of them agbado and cassava immediately? So, like, we can't just have this one track. I mean, our problems, we have a lot of human problems. And we also have a north-side dichotomy, like we're divided. The South wants something different than what the North wants. How do you even resolve that? How do we get on one common goal? Like, what's our common goal as a country? What do we all want? We don't want the same things. So you can't militarize and just expect our problems to be solved by that. Because I see you are very, very focused on the military. And I think, I mean, the military has its role, it has its place, but you can't militarize our way into prosperity. All this, we get military, we get nuclear weapons. I mean, it's just, we're jumping a lot of
yes, you can. Yes, you can militarize your way to prosperity. See, the only thing Black Africa has never had is security. What I'm asking for, I'm not asking for exceptional. I'm asking for just standard international level. Do you know how anemic our security level is? You won't go out of your house with your doors open.
I want to give you an example of you jumping hoops again. You just can't jump from a people that can barely run themselves to say we need something international. So one thing needs to go after the other. We need to be able to prove that we can govern ourselves to prosperity, not governing ourselves, waiting for prosperity when oil prices are high, and waiting, I mean, expecting that maybe we get some locals to help us protect the pipeline and wish for $100 and above. Then that's all the time we've been having prosperity, it just coincides with when oil prices are high. We've not been able to figure out how to use our what's it called?
Why do you think that is?
Because we don't have shared national interest. That's the first thing we have to fix.
We do. We all want security. We do. We all want electricity. We all want transparency. We do.
Forefathers, I think let me rephrase how I understand you, and I'm sympathetic to your point. We don't have a professional military. That's what we lack. I remember when we had Katrina. What was mentioned more than anything was that the Army Corps of Engineers in the United States built the levee that broke. Okay? When we had Ebola in Liberia, it was the United States Army, that went and set up the 5 makeshift hospitals in Liberia with their doctors. And we don't have that kind of military. Military that is used in peaceful times.
Yeah, but here you guys are making one fundamental mistake. You're jumping hoops. There's step by step by step. You just don't look at a place where you have to be able to crawl before you can jog. You're talking about jogging.
Yes.
I'm talking about getting us to even crawl effectively before we get to the point where we can jog.
So what we're saying is that if we had a professional army, a professional military would, professional military will help a lot in pushing some indices of development forward.
Exactly.
If I had a magic wand, Dubai will be in the southeast, the southwest, the northeast. I'll wish everything. I'll wish it to. Let's stop trying to wish things away. Let's try and figure out fundamentals first. We're not getting the fundamentals right, so you can't just jump into the complex.
We are not disagreeing with you.
Kolata, you are beginning to sound like those people that will say, there's armed robber in the house, do something. You want the competition to be replaced. Take this house as a gift. No, I won't accept it, except the constitution is replaced. All this stuff is excuses. We all know what we want in this country. We all know what we want in this country. We need to get into action. I can't believe a man there. You are standing there telling me that, we need to figure out what we want. But we all know what we want.
Exactly.
Even warlords know how to recruit armies.
Forefather, what is checking and balancing America today, inside America, is the FBI, is police. It's not army.
It's
America today. It's not army. What checks and balance America today?
Remove the army, then you find out. You will see all those white supremacist militias. They will take over the country. Watch out. See, all countries is essential. Chinese, Indians, look at all the examples. The countries that compromise their security a little bit, look at what happened to them. Libya, number one, decided not to go pursue their nuclear or any of their advanced technologies anymore in the defense. They pay the price. Iraq paid the price. Ukraine was a nuclear power. Is paying the price right now. How many lessons do you need to learn? You don't go out.
No,
you don't go. See, let me
So, Father, what is the economy of Pakistan that also have that nuclear power? They have the capability.
The economy may not be very good because they have internal strife.
So
but
why do you believe that if we have the same thing now, our own economy will be good?
But it's not us. It's not Nigeria. They are worse than Nigeria. Nigeria is better. They are better than Nigeria. Right now, they are governing themselves. The only reason why they are having trouble in Pakistan is because they are competing hard with India, which they shouldn't be doing. That is their downfall. If you are divided, you fall. But nobody will invade Pakistan today.
I can give you a visa to North Korea. They have.
Why do you think our leaders
and all their citizens are soldiers?
See, let me explain this. Pakistan is able to
No,
do its
I'm
own
giving you another
foreign
one.
policy. Nigeria doesn't have its own foreign policy, does it? Nigeria doesn't.
How about those? Wait, now, forefathers, look, North Korea, they are homogeneous group. They have military to the teeth. They have nuclear weapon. They fire anytime. They can fire whatever missile they want. How come they're not prosperous?
Because they're a communist country.
See, don't compare North
We
Korea.
don't have
See,
a
what
free
you
market
are
economy.
missing here. What you are missing here is
all
that
these examples now. This
I'm
is
talking
They
about.
don't have
I'm
a free
talking
market
about a
economy.
racial. Let me make
Dr.
my point. I'm
Damages,
talking
I'm
about.
waiting for you.
I'm talking about a racial level defense here. I'm talking about a racial level
What I want to say, please, is
Sorry,
Dr. Damages.
Hold on.
Sorry, Abba. So let me just 30 seconds, please. 30 seconds. I'm going to shut up. I'm going to shut up. Everybody will talk.
All right, go ahead. 30 seconds.
I'm talking about a racial level defense. Once a race gets their defense done, the others will benefit from it. They will have this umbrella from it. This is why Russia tried to reassure China that they're going to defend them. They're going to give them their nuclear umbrella because they want to be nice to the Americans. What did China do? Like China said, up yours. I'm going to go and develop my nuclear weapon. Go and do nice with Americans. Look at where China is today. When your race don't have any strategic military defense to fight the First World Wars, you are vulnerable. That is why black countries all over the world, black communities all over the world are suffering right now, because there is no black country that has a first world level defense capability.
If your standard is sub-Saharan Africa, there's so many things sub-Saharan doesn't have. So you can't just say it's just that single military one. I mean, do you want us to go about what sub-Saharan Africa lacks? I mean, you can't be just.
Look at what happened when China got it. Asia started prospering.
You should have talked to China in the 1950s or the 60s when they were peasants. That it's because of military work. They grew their economy. They first looked for a policy that worked for them. They look for a policy that worked for them, and they became prosperous. And then you can grow your military.
Okay. Forefathers. Final word is that countries that are interested in nuclear weapons, they don't come on TV or on the internet to discuss.
Or on Dr. Damages.
On have your they actually go ahead and do things. So we give you the assignments, to go ahead and do things like and help us. It will be good to know that forefathers finally was the father of nuclear technology in Nigeria.
In Nigeria.
So we celebrate it and claim you. All right. So we have to round up now. We want to thank everybody, of course, for being here. People have been here for 4 hours, and it's not CM, I know we will get to you to talk. I just want to give this preface. Go ahead, CM. CM, you can.
What I wanted to say is in respect of this. Oh, are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Are you hearing me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What I want to add was in respect of this Yesun Wike affair. For those that are sympathetic to what is going through, I want you to factor this in. The PDP wanted, or Wike want to run as the president of Nigeria from the outset when they were campaigning as South power should come down south, and the Atiku wanted.
Atiku approached Wike so that Wike will be his vice. Then Wike said no, he want to run on his own accord. So when the time for sale of phone comes, people started raising eyebrow that look, it should be zoned to the south. It should be zoned to the south. Then Atiku has bought a bought form. Then Atiku now said if it should be zoned to the south, it should be zoned. It must be zoned to either to the southeast or northeast. Say either of these two, that is what he will take. It cannot take any other zoning. Now, when you zone it to northeast, people will say no because power will still remain in the north. The best thing is to bring it to the south. And when it comes down south, it's southeast, which is not Wike zone. It was Wike that influenced Autumn to chair the committee that decided and said they are throwing it open. You know, Governor was the chair was the chairman of the panel. So Wike said it should be thrown open so that it will give him the opportunity to run. Otherwise, if it has been zoned properly the way it should be to the south. If they do it that way, he's going to run. He's not, because Atiku one time said, if this thing is zoned to the south, so Wike hoping that he will win. He did everything, even he bidded with the dollar. Now he lost. And then he come back to shout foul. So when you when he's now saying all this or that, Wike didn't play his role well. He just fighting for his own good. When you say power should come down south, yes, to where? It cannot come down south and somebody from the south will be competing. That's why Paiduin Clark, the Niger Delta, Pan-Dev said no. If he comes down south, it's to the southeast. Afenifere said to the southeast. But Wike used the autumn to go and disorganize PDP zoning. Now the thing is working against him, and then people are trying to be sympathetic to Wike. His hand is not clean. He's not coming to the altar of equity with clean hands. That was why when even it was time to select VP, Atiku refused to take him. Rather, I went for this. So when Wike is saying all these things, singing, I know he's been, because they've used him and done. It's like a woman they raped. Used him, dumped him with all the money he spent. Now he's just trying to do whatever. If Wike should remain relevant, if he's in PDP, they will do without him. As simple as that. But they will prevent him. At most, PDP may not win vote in Rivers State. But the rest of the Niger Delta, the remaining 5 states, they will make up for it. Hoping that they will neutralize the influence of Wike. Then the whole North, Wike won't get anything. It won't influence anybody. So when you look at it critically, you find out that Wike was just out, than that he's shouting. Of course, what they did, the thing should have been that Ayu should step down. Now, who influenced the coming of Ayu to be chairman? It was this same Wike influenced it, because he said Ayu was phoning him, thanking him, my brother. Yes, so halfway. So that Secondus is from Rivers, the chairmanship should go to the north. Then he brought out Ayu so that when the power comes to the south, he feel that he's the emperor of PDP. And then to help him, they have to throw it open. So to me, I'm not really sympathetic to his cause, because what goes round comes round. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We have to round up with our usual question: what keeps you up at night? Let me start with you, Janaba.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy. Here, CM talking truth for the first time, and making me loving him.
What keeps you up at night? Let me start refresh your memory. What we're talking about.
what keep me at night now? CM is a repented soul.
You've been one poisoning me before. Oh God.
It's been praying for you. The prayer work.
The prayer work. I'm a pastor, regardless of our view of religious and all of that. I also am confused, and I'm also in anybody's shoes that we've been brainwashed for so long, and politically, religiously, we have lost everything. My prayer to the Almighty Creator is that we come to who we are before the white people invaded us. Now Queen died, and Charles is continue. Charles is Charles the Third is the son of Queen Elizabeth. So what changes might not may continue as far as our mentality of to recognize who we are, going back to how we functioned before we were robbed. Our culture, our value that we all enshrine the most doesn't matter anymore. That somehow even 21st century slave is okay just because we don't want to go back to where we are because the world have made progress. We should have grown in our own space. And I'm hoping, Dr. Rudolph, when I come to New York next time, you and White Label we have time because it's like New York, you guys never have time. When I was in New York, he said he was in another town and you were stuck in the traffic. That is keeping me up. I'm still awake waiting for you guys.
All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate you, Janaba. Who's
Thank
next?
you.
Wembasi, what keeps you up at night?
Honestly, the disintegration of PDP. I love Peter Obi. By the grace of God, when I go back to vote next year, I'll vote for Peter Obi. But I was also hoping that if everything else fails, that there is a formidable opposition to APC. Does not look like it's happening. CM left. Where is he?
Yeah, he
So
left.
okay. Unfortunately, I think there was an issue of was it Time Magazine? They were, they said the most influential people, is it under 40, something like that. And I remember seeing Kim Kardashian's name, and I was upset. I was upset because of my moral lens. But is she influential? How many people go to her site? How has she been able to make millions? Every other day or almost every day, I go on to see what the caricature of Wike, he puts on a show. It's not just me. A lot of people are calling me, did you see what he said today? Or did you hear what he said today? He was dancing, he went, took the bell, and this. That man has influence and he's taking down PDP. If we don't like the way he talks, but just like Donald Trump, there are people who would vote for Donald Trump even if he rapes their wives today. And that's influence. That's the kind of influence I mistook just because I did not like the fact that Kim Kardashian got her popularity for making a sex video. Does not mean that she's not influential. She's very influential, just like Wike. If I'm going to go on YouTube and look for what Wike is doing today, what is he launching today, that means he's, gathering dust. So that's what keeps me awake, that we do not have a formidable PDP if everything else fails.
Okay. Clark, welcome. What keeps you up at night?
For me, what keeps me up at night is the fact that there's a lot of black countries have not been able to figure out how to govern themselves. Like the Queen died, everybody's kind of like blaming Queen. Yeah, it was an evil empire. They did many bad things, but India has picked up. India's economy is bigger than the UK's economy as we speak. They overtook the UK's economy. Singapore was part of the colony. Singapore is doing fantastic. Even locally here, Lesotho is okay. What's the name of that? Seychelles, they're fine. Mauritius, to an extent, they're fine. So us, with the biggest human resource that we can turn, imagine we have a lot of our technology graduates doing what India does, like outsourcing our brains. Like, you know how many billions of dollars we can be attracting? That shouldn't be going to Mumbai. That shouldn't be going to Hyderabad and the other cities in India, Delhi. That should be coming to Ife, going to Ibadan, going to Ilorin, going to Futo, Southeast schools, many schools. But look at us here. Talking about far-fetched solutions. We've not even figured out how to even govern. We're going into an election now. Everybody's projecting a miracle to one candidate or the other when we know no miracle is going to happen. the governing coalition that's going to be there is going to be PDP and APC, House and Senate. Whoever gets in there, that's what you have to work with. Because, I mean, except you want to ignore the realities of the government we're practicing. So what keeps me up at night is we're yet to figure out what works for us. And we can't keep blaming the colonial past. People move on. It just shows like it's either we're not collectively intelligent. I'm not saying there are no geniuses in Nigeria. There are tons of geniuses. But as a collective group, we seem to be dumb and we can't figure out how to govern ourselves. And every time that miracle mentality is in our head. So we're just projecting the miracle and paying tithes with our efforts on the next wishful thinking that's probably not going to pan out to anything meaningful. So that's what keeps me up at night.
Wow. Thank you. You said we are not collectively intelligent.
Yeah.
Nigerians are looking for the leadership that will benefit them in 2003 going forward. Whichever political party that lot falls on will be the party that will listen to the yearnings of Nigerians in terms of economy, prosperity, securing this country, uniting this country, and a lot of issues. Is your party the kind of party that Nigerians should, 2023, I meant to say, is your party the kind of party that Nigerians should look forward to, and why?
You see, what I always say, we have in front of us a major problem. That is the problem of 2023 election, which overrides all what is happening now. So let's put all this aside.
I'm talking about the general election. I'm not talking about your party now.
Yeah,
we've discussed enough of your party.
Yes.
So let's spend the next 40 seconds as your final word on the program to tell Nigerians whether or not, is there a different PDP that we should be expecting? What else should Nigerians be expecting? What are you bringing to the table? Do you have solutions to the problems of Nigerians? Can your party trust, can Nigerians trust your party going into the 2023 election?
Yeah. You see, I can tell you, is the PDP, that what? PDP that will come with many amendments, many suggestions that will come with it. And any party that come would that happen
Kulata, are we collectively what did you say?
we're not collectively intelligent. There are many bright spots here and there, but we can't sit down and just maybe have that 10% that is smart to think alike and move us, like push us along. America, most people in America are dumb, but we all know that we live here. But the smart people are in charge. But in our case, we don't put the smart people in charge. We can't even agree the direction we want to go. Do some people think education, they don't want education in the South, they want education. Some people feel Ajami and Arabic is the way they want to go. Some of us. So you see, push, pull. I mean, you're not going anywhere.
Thank you. Who did I know I missed my sequence. Paul, have you?
No.
Okay, go ahead, Paul.
Doctor, I think Kolata just spoke my mind. You see, a country, a business run like the way they play football, what the Americans would call soccer. It's an 11-man game, but without good teamwork, they will not achieve their purpose, even when you have maybe the highest paid player in that team. But when there's no teamwork, you can't achieve it. So as a managing director or as a COO, you understand, or chief executive officer, you need to respect the accountant, you need to respect HR, you need to respect everybody, what they are bringing to the table, how you can respect them, how you can manage these people that make you the head of the team. But if you don't respect them very well, you cannot achieve your purpose. And I think that is the problem we have been having in Nigeria. Then fast forward, why is it like that? I think the biggest play that causes things like that is religion, where we use faith and belief to run business. We don't use statistics, we don't collect that data. Look how much guys are making from IT. You understand? They do all type of research, they gather information to form their decision, to form their opinion, to try things. But we don't do things like that. We just believe with faith, we just believe anything, and we think we will run our countries like that. That is what all African country is facing today. So when you look the way the country is going right now in every aspect, we all face the same thing, even in our home. You have issues with your wife, or your wife have issues with you. The first thing we will say, oh, during my father time, during my this. Who told you that these people were perfect? If they are perfect, how come they didn't leave anything on ground? So we've been facing these issues for a very long time, and still we don't want to change. We don't want to embrace change. We just want to keep trying the same thing and expect a different answer. We will not go far with it. That's my take. Then, Doctor, I don't know if Dr. John Abba will hear me. Please, I need his phone number. I just want to say it so that he can give it to you so that you help me out.
Well, I'll give it to you. Don't worry. Just text me. Remind me.
Okay.
All right. Forefathers.
Yeah, thank you. I think sometimes when people say our military is bad, I think that's part of the reason why they don't like the idea of the people being secure. They forget that we've never really had a good military right from the beginning. We never had the professional level military that modern countries do have. So that is part of the problem. And when we say they are corrupt, we tar the ones that are doing good work with all that corruption too. The ones that are dying on a daily basis to secure the country, we tar them with this. Because if everybody is corrupt, the country will be all over the place right now. Some people are actually doing their job. Believe in me, I met them, some of them, and they made my life hell because they are not as corrupt as people think they are. So that is another part of it. And this idea that we don't know how to govern ourselves. We've been governing ourselves since 1960 something. We've not totally imploded. And we know how to organize it. We have Lagos. We've managed to even created a Nollywood, this thing, Afro beats, and all the stuff that actually dominates the globe in many respects right now. So if we are able to do all these things, and you're telling me we cannot be able to organize, we don't have a common objective, that should be easy. I feel that is an excuse for inaction and paralysis. This type of inaction and paralysis has got us to this point. And it gives our leaders the pretext that, oh, yeah, we don't know how to do anything. That's why we can't figure anything out. Yes, we can. We have individually intelligent people. Where I agree with Kolata is that as a group, our IQ is lower. We don't operate as, this is a thing actually. They've actually measured it, where they measured an Asian guy and an African person, and they found that the Asian guy over time accomplished more. Not because he's more educated than the black guy, but because they understand how to operate group economy. They know how to operate as a group. And partly the reason why they do this is because they know they are weak physically. And maybe that's our problem as a people, because we think we are strong, nothing can hurt us. So we don't seem to understand that there is threats out there. It means our threat assessment has gone completely wacky. So wacky that we have a military that should be defending one soldier to 2,000 people. That is madness. How can you accept that? How can the people accept such a ratio when all the great powers we travel to go and defend, some of us actually die for them? Don't have that type of ratio. When your country is left defenseless, nobody goes to work without closing their doors, their windows and everything, and go and broadcast their address for the whole world to see and tell them that I have a lot of resources here. If you do that, let's see how much you work that year that you're going to use to spend for Christmas. Everything will be lost because the criminals will come and take everything away. That is how we are operating our country. And it's simple common sense. This is why I keep going back to security. Because if you don't fix that fundamental, everything else you work for is wasted. It's just wasted. And to say that we cannot even get our head together, you don't need everybody. You just need 5%. Right now, we're using 0.1% to defend 0.1%. That is crazy. Out of 200 million people, we are not harnessing the youths. They have no jobs. And we say they don't have jobs. You can create 2 million jobs immediately. 1 million in the military, 1 million in the custom, 1 million in the in the customs, and the rest to go and defend the borders. And these people can help build infrastructure in the country too. We're not only talking about external defense, we're talking about internal defense. All these threats we face inside, we can enforce it. And not to mention the culture the military brings in. Order. The military enforces order. No matter how corrupt some of them are, all countries have corrupt militaries. Go to America, you will see the defense budget. The black hole in it is trillions of dollars large. They all have corruption. The only problem is that our corruption is weakening us. It's not strengthening us in any way. And that is what we need to start reversing. And we need to start leaning forward. All this excuse.
of, oh, we are not civilized enough to govern ourselves. We don't want the same thing. We have low IQ. No.
All right.
Get together and get it done. And our military is right there. So sorry, let me make this last point. That's what shocks me about many of our Nigerian politicians. And someone like Showore that likes to think that he's outside the establishment. He could advocate increasing the size of the military, advocate increasing the size of the police, advocate increasing defending our borders. That would automatically make him one of the most powerful candidates in the country. But no, he doesn't do that. Why? He's advocating that we employ mercenaries to come and kill our people. These common sense things, if I go now as a politician and say I want to increase the size of the military, police and everything, that will make me one of the most powerful politicians in that country. Because those people want a professional size organization or institutions. Thank you.
Right. Whatever you wish for, you have to pay for it. So it's not just I wish this.
And the people will
you
pay
also
for
have
it.
to talk about how you're going to pay for it, which all our politicians are not talking about. The how. How are you going to do it? You can talk about problems and talk about this is the solution, this is the solution. You have to pay for it.
Okay, thank you, Kolata. Forefathers, I wanted to
Actually easy to pay for it.
I just wanted to drop this for you. You know, the colonial white colonial officers and administrators and church leaders that came to Africa, they are not as large as the number of Africans that are in England today, a number of Africans in America. In fact, the number of pastors from Redeem that are in America are more than all the pastors that came to Nigeria and turned Nigerians into Christians. Why is it that the Nigerians are not turning Americans into Redeemed Christian Church members, Deeper Life, Winners Chapel? Why is it not happening? The same thing I'll throw to you. You as someone who has these wonderful ideas on how to change Africa. You are there in America, in England, you know, you have, why are you not convincing people to take this home? Go and make this change. Why? Anyway,
because
we'll talk about this another time.
Yeah. The difference in technology and idea is very, very small right now. Then it was a lot larger. That is why their impact was a lot greater. They used 1,000 people to defeat the whole Songa Empire with these cannons and all the rest of it. So the difference is so small now. That's why you will not see that kind of, we can't go and convince them now. It's just impossible.
Yeah, okay. All right, we'll talk about this another time, but I remembered it. I said one day we will focus on this subject. All right, round up for us, Ralph.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph, as always, and thank you, panelists. And everyone watching, don't forget to like, share this video with your family, friends. If you have secret family, you share with them too, you know. One thing I just read while we were talking was that Indians, both British Indians and Indians abroad, now own the most property in London. So I don't know what you are doing, forefathers. See, people don't they own your people own property for your backyard. But anyway, one thing forefathers said today that I think most of you skipped over. I don't know why Wiki seems to trigger people unnecessarily. Forefathers was right. Yeah, I know he's surprised I said that. He was right when he said, when he talked about PDP, and he said, he showed how weak Atiku is as a leader. Your party is crumbling, there's division, and we don't seem to see Atiku reaching out to Wiki. It's in Atiku's interest. If you want to win, be sure that you want to win and reach out to Wiki and be like, hey, my guy, you're making too much noise. I don't want, we need to show a united front. We are trying to take down Tinubu. Tinubu is the favorite. So if you want to take down Tinubu, put up a united front, not like one person should be sending different signals and different messages. So it's in your interest to, reach out to Wiki, whether Wiki led to whatever Wiki has done. It's not looking good for Atiku right now. You're not, everything is negative. So what is he? But everything seems to be like he's sending surrogates to go meet Wiki, and it's every other person except Atiku reaching out to him directly. So everybody seems to miss that, and he's talking about Wiki shouts, Wiki this, Wiki that. Wiki started the whole problem. Yes, circles go whatever, but every Nigerian media I've seen, every public forum I've seen, if you do the Wiki versus Atiku banter right now, Wiki is the popular, he's winning. So it tells me that Atiku is not doing a good job. So you are losing right there, except his plan is like the theory that forefathers raised. So yeah, about another, the next point I'll raise is about Queen Lizzie's death. So condolences to the British Nigerians and all the loyalists in Nigeria again. It should not be my queen, so you know, concern me. But for you now, where they cry. One thing I like to throw to Nigerians is that a lot of us, our ego is what will kill us, and our thank you, Paul, for the donations. Yeah, we have to support Dr. Dam. Don't forget to send money, dollars, pounds, sterling, euros. You know, not they send naira. We don't do naira here. Or crypto.
Doctor need to eat pizza for that redeem
Pizza,
church
New
when
York
he do.
pizza, the best
I
pizza.
am going
Yes.
tomorrow. I go church tomorrow. And the politics I carry go church
that
tomorrow.
not concern me. No, that not concern me. But I also do church, and you can donate tithes. I accept tithes and offerings too, so you can send to me. I give my PayPal. But on the point that Africans, black nations, are not to govern ourselves and all that, is nonsense. One thing that baffles me is how people throw Israel as top big country, tough country, military, all that nonsense. We throw Japan, we throw some people don't even talk about New Zealand, but we forget that in 2014, Britain gave reparations to the Maoris. That's why I tell people, learn history, study other countries, watch other places. Israel got reparations for what the Nazis did to the Jews. That's why Israel is powerful today. It has nothing to do with nuclear weapons. You put jump, you take shortcuts all the time. That's why I always attack my brother when he's jumping to his military. The military became later on. But what started Israel is that from the beginning, Israel is still the biggest country on welfare in the world, by the way. The people like Africa should be getting all this welfare, and Africa should be getting all this. Israel is the biggest country on welfare because they get billions. America gives them billions free of charge. You'll go do whatever you want to do with it. But from day one, they've been getting welfare. Japan, after World War II, there was a Marshall Plan. They started building Japan up. The only people who have never gotten that Marshall Plan is African nations. After independence, because you now want to be gangster. We are strong. We do it ourselves. We build it up from the ground. Republican messaging. We can do it on our own. And I'm like, who told you people? I guess your church told you should do it on your own. And that's what kills us, because you need that help. We need that help. We should have had a railway connecting from Casablanca to Cape Town, all the cities of Africa. It's not cheap to do that. And now we need electric railways. We need something like that, but we need reparations. Britain should have never built Britain. When did Britain stop paying reparations to the slave owners? Wasn't that 2015? If the Caribbean nations want their reparations now, they are fighting for it. They are pushing for it. Are they not black nations? African nations are all like, oh yeah, we just want to chill. We love being part of the Commonwealth. And I'm like, what is wrong with Africans? We're like, oh, I don't like to be a victim of the past. We shouldn't talk about the past. You need to talk about the past. How many Kenyans, over 1.5 million Kenyans were killed? During World War II, Lagos was on ration. They put Nigerians on ration. We don't even talk about that in our schools. We don't even, when you come in the East, they murdered how many Igbos? The protest in 1945. What was called Nigerian police, where it became Nigerian police, but was the royal police or whatever they called it. They lined up the people protesting at that mining company and shot at broad daylight. Is that not the beginning of what will eventually become NSAS? And we dodge all these things because we are only forward marching. But the foundation of your police brutality started from what Britain laid. Your military that's not as professional as it should be today started from what Britain laid. So you deserve the compensation, you deserve the reparations. They should have, they deserve to give you that money. And when we keep dodging, but other people are collecting their money, the Canadians going to get the indigenous people of Canada going to get their money, Caribbeans will get their money, then you will still be doing where we shouldn't get, but Jewish people in Israel get their money. So why shouldn't you get your money? Why should we be the ones to say we're done? But you are following the EPL. You are still giving them money because you're going to watch EPL. And if you're in the UK and you're watching EPL, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you are in Nigeria and you are carrying that small change that you have and you're throwing it to England again, you are stupid. That's my opinion about you. But if you want to give money, give it to me. You know, I'll take the money. So you deserve that money. We deserve reparations, and they need to bring it. And whether we waste it on ourselves, whatever we do is our problem. But don't stop using that inferiority complex. Stop allowing it guard you. Stop waiting that until we have perfect leadership, then we should ask. Then the money should come. No, let them bring the money. We'll figure it out. We have figured some things out. We can figure the rest out.
All right.
It's just like with state police that we need. You need state police. You need local police. Federal, functioning federal police. That is where your security should start from. I am Raphael Harry and White Label American Podcast. Thank you and see you all next week.
Thank you. Thank you.
That Nigeria, I'm ready to serve. It's about service to this country. We inherited speaking in tongues from the Bible. But our diversity is a promise for prosperity.
Yes, I wonder why people are not quoting this. It's a quotable quote. We inherited speaking in tongue from the Bible, but our diversity is our prosperity. Don't you guys think it's quotable? Anyway, on that note, I want to thank everybody who joined us today. Let me see. Paul, thank you so much for being here. Kolata, thank you so much for being here. Wenbasi, thank you so much for being here. Forefathers, thank you so much for being here. And Raf, thank you so much. And all the people who joined us who are not in the studio right now. Tomorrow we have Pat Kide joining us he just came back from Oxford University where he received an award. He's going to put his searchlight on some of the issues we've been talking about on this show. He's a critic, for those who do not know him. Very, very famous critic. And he will join us and we are going to talk about all these issues once again. On behalf of everybody here, everybody behind the scene, I thank you all, those that joined us on the comment section. We appreciate all your comments. I will see you guys next Saturday with another episode.